Do you want to? Let me turn them all on. Okay. Yes. Are they working? Yes, working. Everyone, people, attendees. Thank you. It is 1:29, so military people should know that it is time to start a 1:30 event. Thank you again all for coming. I told you, those who walked to the tomb, that it was going to be cool in here, so I hope you are sufficiently cooled down by now. Super thrilled to have everyone here. We are going to give the amazing list of organizations that are here in a little bit, and we are going to have very fast conversations. First of all, because the people that are speaking do not necessarily need introductions because they are known leaders, but also because what we want to get to here is the action. We are so grateful that people took time out of this busy time of year. It is the time of, I know school just ended, and there's graduation stuff, and of course there's everyone's big Flag Day celebrations. But luckily, we have a Flag Day celebration for you, and hopefully we can do it again and again and kind of claim this incredible opportunity to celebrate the flag and everything it means, to talk about what we as a community do as patriotic citizens to participate in making the country better. So we're going to start, as we do, with our friend Caleb coming up to sing the national anthem. Caleb, could you introduce yourself again right before you sing?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Master Sergeant Caleb Green, United States Army retired. Would you please rise for the singing of our national anthem? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We can get a class on how to turn these on.
The button is underneath it, just press it and make sure it's on.
Test. All right. So, welcome everyone. Thanks so much for being here on this Flag Day event, the first inaugural convening of veterans and military family members for America, and the launch of Vetted Conversations. So this will be the first vetted conversation. The idea, just like Alan talked about, is to bring leaders from the veteran and military family community together and talk about what we can do to strengthen the country and inspire others, both veterans, military family members, and folks outside of our community to do the same. So the first conversation that we have is about trusted messengers and trusted messages. And so it's kind of a well-known fact that veterans are trusted messengers. They're sought out by those who want to, persuade. And that's because 70% of Americans have confidence in veterans to do what's right for America, and 80% believe that veterans are good role models for citizenship. And so for us, that's a responsibility to uphold, but it's also, we have to consider the messenger is only as good as the message. So what can we be doing to make sure that we're living up to that responsibility? And I guess, Bill, we're going to actually start most of these panels the same way. So we're going to ask all the panelists how they came to serve and what they do to continue their service. And if you could talk about it a little bit in the context of trusted messages, that would be great. Bill, if you want to start, please.
Sure. Am I on? Am I on? Okay, well, those are the two options. Yeah, I get the point. Mute, yeah? Hello? Okay, hold it down. The light was green the whole time. So thanks, Ben. Again, my name is Bill Braniff. I work at the Department of Homeland Security currently as the director of the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships. I was a founding board member of We the Veterans, and so it's great to be back with We the Veterans. I had to recuse myself when I took the job at DHS. Why serve then and now? My grandfather was from an immigrant family, Hungarian Americans, and he and all of his brothers volunteered to serve in World War II. Flag post outside of their very small little bungalow in Clifton, New Jersey. Made a huge impression on me as a kid, how proud he was to be a citizen of this country and how proud he was to serve. Fast forward to high school, I probably had a very entitled future ahead of me. I was very lucky, and I just wanted something hard, and I wanted something worth it. And I wondered if I could make it through West Point. Fast forward to now, there's so much work to do. And once you've put skin in the game and you've been around men and women who have put skin in the game, you've gotten a taste for that public service and you know what it means to be a public servant in all of the virtue of subordinating yourself to something bigger. You don't let that go.
Thanks, Bill. Kelly, would you go next? I'd just like to pick on Bill a little bit. So.
Okay, so hold down. Would that work? I'll steal yours. Thank you. So my story is a little different. I've told some people I knew from third grade on that I wanted to be a journalist, and the Army was just a means to the end. I joined when I was a junior in high school. Hated it. Hated every minute of it. Didn't like being dirty. Didn't like being cold. Didn't like being hot, didn't like shooting at people. Like, I didn't like any of it. So my recruiter, Sergeant Dick, I'm not making that up, told me that I was going to be a radio disc jockey when I joined, going to be a journalist in the Army. What I really was the kid with the big radio on the back and the antenna, the one they shoot at first. So when I got out, like this whole idea of reacclimating and becoming, readjusting, not a problem. I was going to get out of the Army, never run again for the rest of my life, and just move on. And instead, I found that the people I'd served with, who I'd enjoyed so much more than being hot or cold, were still around, even then when the veterans community was so much smaller. And they were starting to get sick. I served in Desert Storm. I served in Mogadishu. And 1 out of 4 Desert Storm veterans got sick. And so before I'd graduated from college, I was interviewing scientists who had developed the anti-nerve agent pills that we took in Desert Storm. And the rest of my career turned into going after toxic exposures for veterans. So I knew I wanted to serve as a journalist, afflict the comforted and comfort the afflicted and all of that, and found myself serving veterans sort of by default, and that kind of created my career. So,
Thanks, Kelly.
All right, does this work? Great. Whew. 1 out of 3 ain't bad. I also have a recruiter story, as I'm sure we all do. My recruiter told me that I would be building bridges and schools, and I was a combat engineer. So for those who know what that job is, you blow up the bridges.
But I think my sense of service was really instilled in me at a young age through my parents and my grandparents and really my whole family. It came down to community. It was, how can you serve your community? It was something that was, I don't want to say beaten into us, but like it was drilled in at a very young age that the community is important and you serve towards that end, and that is a valuable skill to have. And so when I got to college, the war, the Iraq invasion had just happened, and I thought, well, how can I kind of serve my community? And I remember standing in the student union at the time, and there was a National Guard recruiter on one side and a Peace Corps recruiter on the other side of the student union. And I was like, well, I don't know. These seems like two different ends of the spectrum. But what struck me about the National Guard was the commitment to community, right? National Guard troops are there and disasters and, emergency events that affect the here and now, and Peace Corps just felt so foreign to me. And that's why I enlisted and did 8 years in the Army National Guard. When I got out, I did some time as a teacher. I worked in public education, and then really felt the call back to kind of national service in 2016, and really thought about how I could use my voice as a veteran towards a public good. And so I joined Veterans for American Ideals as a volunteer, eventually becoming on staff, and are now leading the program. And really, I think my driving mission in Veterans for American Ideals is putting veterans out there as connectors to help their community, whether it's for refugee resettlement, democracy protection, anything that has been, you name it, over the past 10 years. That's really my mission, is to get veterans engaged in that work where they're at.
Thanks, Chris. We'll stick with you since you already kind of started getting into the topic. What does it mean to be a trusted messenger?
Well, you gave me these questions ahead of time, spoiler, and I was trying to think about it, and it's hard. I think in the past, people have thought veterans were kind of this universally respected group of people that everyone, you put generic veteran on TV from across the country, and they're going to look at that and they're going to say, yeah, I trust this person. I mean, intuitively, it makes sense. We get 10% off at Lowe's. We get all sorts of discounts from the community. The community is giving back and saying, hey, we trust you. We believe in you. We're going to reward you for your service. But as I've kind of thought about, where we're going as a country, that local connection is really the most important thing. And so it's not so much generic veteran X at the national level is a trusted messenger, but it is my veteran, right? It's my uncle, it's my aunt, it's my cousin who served. These are people who I know as a personal level, and can have that personal connection. And on top of that, I also know that they volunteered for service. They did really difficult things for a greater cause. And so, by taking those two things into account, I'm able to trust them and what they say on a particular issue. It's a difficult question, though, because as we go through kind of the media ecosystem where we're in general, I know we have a journalist up here, and the media plays a very important role, but I think what we've been seeing on social media, and some few of us were talking in the car on the way over, is that you don't know what to trust, and so having that personal connection is going to be really important.
Thanks, Chris. And the lead-in was right there, if you would, Kelly. What does it mean from your perspective? We have three very diverse disciplines here, so.
Yeah, I think the hardest stories I've ever told, I've had to be brave in telling them. And I think as veterans, we're all brave to some extent. You're brave the day you sign that dotted line. And I think that our communities expect us to be brave in how we tell our stories because of what we've seen, what we've been through, what we've been willing to give up of ourselves for our ideals, for our country's ideals. So I think just continuing to be brave in your message so that people know that they can trust you even when the things we have to say are hard. It's I just think that's the best way to be a trusted messenger, is to say what's right and to be brave in telling it.
Thanks, Kelly.
I spent 16 years at university research centers studying terrorism and responses to terrorism, first at the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, and then at the University of Maryland START Center. So I was basically researching and advising policymakers and practitioners on the most politicized topics, the things that you're not supposed to talk about at Thanksgiving dinner around polite company, right? Religion, politics, violence. And I found that the only way to be a trustworthy messenger is to really stick to the research, to avoid partisan labels. When I testified before Congress, I would sit in the middle. I wasn't invited by the right or the left. I was there to speak in a nonpartisan manner as truthfully as I could based on empirical research. And I know that's a boring answer, but God, sometimes boring normalcy is really, really important. And my colleague Liberty, who's here, said earlier, man, we're all thirsty. Like we're hungry for boring because the sensational stuff is just a bit much 24/7. And I really think that nonpartisan, there's an important role for that nonpartisan voice. And for me, it came through evidence and science. For others, there's other ways to contribute in a nonpartisan way that's really, really necessary now.
Thanks, Bill. You talk about nonpartisanship and the importance of that. And, interestingly, the veteran community, the last time that this was surveyed, were found to be about 49% independent or unaffiliated. So we sort of naturally have a built-in independence to us. And, that number is several years old. There's new polling for, America at large where that number has gone up, and you can kind of assume the number's probably gone up for veterans, and military family members sit alongside veterans to a large extent as well. Okay, next question, and we've got 5 minutes. So why is it important, Kelly, I'll ask you, for the veteran and military family community to have access to trustworthy, reliable information, and how do they get it?
Yeah, I'll start with the back end of it. I think it's up to individuals. I think you have to pick a good, sound, trustworthy source and go there every single day, and it can't be TikTok. I think that the media organizations are going down in part because we're going to TikTok and we're going to Twitter and we're going to social media. Right now, we're targets. I mean, there was a great article in The Atlantic last month about how Russia and North Korea and China all are using our nonsense in the United States right now to spread more disinformation. So now we're spreading it ourselves. So, if you can find one good source every day, and then even better if you can find one good source and a couple of sources that are good but maybe are different from what you normally read, that's even better. There's great morning newsletters. There's a great post every single morning from the Washington Post, from the New York Times, Military Times. There's Army Times has one that goes out. Just find one and read it every single day and keep yourself informed so that when you see something on social media, you go, that doesn't sound right.
I think Kelly's answer is fantastic. Self-awareness goes a long way. If you read something and the immediate reaction you have is righteous anger, someone's got your number and they're trying to manipulate you. That righteous anger is a dopamine hit, and it has you coming back for more every day. So don't be sold on righteous anger. If you read something and it immediately speaks to your identity in a way that is trying to get you to stop thinking critically and only respond based on your identity politics, someone's got your number. So just that self-awareness, I think, goes a long way, and realizing that you can either contribute to the solution or the problem here. You could retweet or you could not retweet. And that's an action, that's a behavior. That's an action you're choosing to do or not do, and you're responsible for that.
Since we got a couple minutes left, I'll ask you a little bit of a follow-up question. What do you do in your own life when you are feeling that way? How do you avoid it? Like, what's the, I've got the input, and what's the change of behavior that you do?
Yeah, so I mean, behavior sort of theory 101 is if these things work, right? Like, these algorithms, they're hacking, we're being hacked, so to speak. I took social media off my phone. I removed the temptation. It's not healthy. And so for me, that was my response. Just avoid the problem to the extent that you can in the first place. And when you find yourself sort of in an environment where that is happening, just, simple habits like take 20 seconds. Do you still feel compelled to like that post? 20 seconds, just enough time to, wait a minute. Yeah, little pause.
Thanks, Bill. Chris, last word to you.
I've been thinking, invest in local journalism. Like, this is not a journalism panel, but like, if you really want who the trusted messengers are journalists out there doing the real work. And that means for those who can afford it, pay for your local paper, pay for the paywall. I know New York Times is a paywall, and it is what it is. But that work requires money, and absent federal funds or state funds or local funds, it's we, the people, who benefit from their services. So we need to pay for it. And I'm being shown a placard to tell me to shut up.
I'm being told we actually have 5 minutes left.
I misinterpreted that placard. Okay.
I definitely did not get the time right on this one. Okay, so in the few minutes that we have left, does anyone have any last considerations, comments? And if not, we can always get a question from the audience.
Earlier we talked about nonpartisanship as an important part of this conversation. It's not an accident that 49% of veterans are independents. The Uniform Code of Military Justice makes it a crime for someone in a position of power to influence the politics of one of their subordinates, because it's not about you and it's not about your politics. It's about this greater good in this public service. That made a really strong impression on me, and I think the reason I'm raising it is because institutions matter, and the rules baked into institutions matter in a democracy. And if we undermine our institutions and the rules that hold them up, our democracy gets put at a greater risk. And so I don't think, these things are not by accident. Sometimes we just forget that there's some intentionality behind this that we shouldn't lose.
That's smart, Bill. That's a good point. And I do have a good follow-up question. So being that it is not quite Flag Day, but a celebration of Flag Day, and as we've heard, the intent here is to kind of leverage the veteran and military family community to inspire service through, hopefully annually around Flag Day. What would it look like for our community to do that, especially in the context of trustworthy messages? Do you want to go, Kelly?
Does this one work? Okay. I started by saying that I didn't enjoy the military. But every time there's a flag ceremony, I'm the first one to tear up because of all the people who've served before me and all the people who serve after me and all the people I served with and all the people we've lost. And it's so important to keep those sacrifices in mind. I've got the thickest skin on the planet, but man, that'll blow me away every time. And it's for this country, it's for this nation that we believe in, and it's important to remember that beyond just Memorial Day. Flag Day is us. It's everybody. So.
I mean, I'll just say I really struggle with my veteranness and patriotism. I admittedly do take the 10% of Lowe's, but the armed service parking, right? The thank you for your service, like that really it affects me, and I don't know how to really handle that. But this is a moment, and we've been building kind of this culture. Well, I'm going to pause that. Flag Day kicks off a season, and we were talking a little bit about this earlier. We have Flag Day, we have Juneteenth, we have the 4th of July. We just had Memorial Day. This is a season when we can really reflect on us as a country, and again, community. Like us as a country, yes, as a national institution, yes, but your community is what's important. So go out, volunteer in soup kitchens, put that service and veteranness to work for the people around you, and maybe it'll help you deal with that better than it helps me.
So the flag is a symbol, and it can either be a symbol of what was, or it can be a symbol of what you do every day, how you hold yourself, how you contribute every day. And I think that in the spirit of a more perfect union, Flag Day should be a symbol of who we are and what we do, right? The flag is as Americans do. And if we want to be proud of that symbol should reflect who we are and how we behave, how we act towards each other at a local level, to Chris's point. So,
Thanks, Bill. So we have 2 minutes left. And with that time, I'll ask anyone in the audience if they have a question for the panel. All right, seeing none, we'll dismiss a little early. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, while they're taking their seats, the next panel is everyone coming up? Mary Beth, Jason, Mary. I just wanted to read off the incredible list of organizations that are in the room, and it's really inspiring. Disabled Veteran Empowerment Network, Leidos, Moonshot, University of Maryland, the Elections Group, Public Square Public Affairs, Veterans for All Voters, Tech and Civic Affairs, Microsoft, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, Blue Star Families, Military Veterans and Journalism, Abbott Enterprises, Beneath the Service, Social Scout, Secure Families Initiative, Veterans for Common Sense, Department of Homeland Security, The Mission Continues, Vet the Vote, AMVETS, Peraton, Columbia University, National Security Leaders for America, the Bush Center, Combined Arms, the VFW, Midas Touch Media Network, RAND, Mission Roll Call, the American Legion, Human Rights First, More Perfect Union, Operation Child Care, Psych Armor, Wounded Warrior Project, Pyra Technologies, and the National Military Family Association. Thank you all for helping us claim Flag Day.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to start out this panel with a little bit of a substitute teacher admin note and ask if we could fill in these first front 8 rows a little bit more. The reason I would like to do that is because we are live streaming this, and I want it to look like there was more people from my panel than Ben's. So if some of the people, if some of the people like in the back, I know it's kind of we're all cooling down, but if we could just get in here, it'll help out. We got our cameras in the back. Thank you all. And then I'll need a volunteer detail to help out with some stuff in the back of the vehicles afterwards. No? Okay, so this panel, I'll wait for you guys to get seated. So we're joined by Mary Beth Brueggemann from The Mission Continues, Jason Galui from the GW Bush Center, and Mary Tobin from More Perfect Union. And we're focused on finding purpose after the service, and then how, again, can we claim Flag Day for the veteran community and push the patriotic elements of Flag Day. So why don't we start with Mary? Off the bat, what made you serve? What does service mean to you from the beginning and even as you continue to serve today?
What made me serve was free college money. So there's that. No, serving in the military, free. Yeah, it says my back and my knees. So I think if you know me, you know the first thing I say is I'm from the undisputed king of cities, Atlanta, Georgia. Mary Beth has heard this many times, which means that as a black woman in Atlanta, you're going to Spelman College. It just is. And I was thrown into JRTC, and I had this really scary, steely-eyed white man tell me that West Point would change my life. And so I signed up for it. Why? Because he convinced me that I was a leader. So I didn't start off wanting to serve. I started off wanting to lead, and I wanted to go to the place that they say create the best leaders. Yes, the best leaders, Mary Beth, United States Military Academy at West Point. It's going to be like this all day. Go Army. And there you go. So I serve and do a couple of deployments in Iraq, lost some good folks, and got out better than most. But why I continue to serve is because I am the daughter of a civil rights activist who helped desegregate lunch counters in Nashville, Tennessee. And so she taught me that if there's a problem, you do something about it. And Muhammad Ali's quote, which is, service to others is the rent we pay for our room here on earth. And so if you combine both of those, I continue to serve because not only is rent due, but because my mother made me. But even more so, I served underneath a flag that to me represents ideals of freedom, of community, of service to others. And this flag didn't always take care of people who look like me. So for me, serving meant to earn the right to make this country treat me like a citizen. So that's why I do it. And that's why I'm going to continue to do it, to honor the free college money and my mama.
So I'm the daughter of 2 Peace Corps volunteers. So I grew up with service as a mindset and lived overseas for about 6 years when I was young. I lived in Saudi Arabia, and we were part of a very patriotic expat community while we were there, similar to living on a military base, except daughter of 2 Peace Corps volunteers, which is a little odd. And then came home during formative years when Desert Storm was happening. And so I really tuned into that war and watched for all 100 hours. It was riveting. And that was kind of what cemented for me, like, I want to be a part of that. So similar to Mary, I wasn't thinking about some higher ideals of I want to serve my country. I saw a group of people that were doing something that looked really connected and interesting and purposeful, and I thought I want to be a part of that group. And then I went to a football game at the Naval Academy once, and I was like, I want to do that. Why do you people put us on panels together? Why? Don't you know better by now? She's so mean to me. So I went to the Naval Academy. I served in the Marine Corps for 8 years, and I got everything I wanted out of that time. I mean, it was so much bigger than me. I deployed to Iraq in 2003, and coming home from that, I really felt like again, I had just done something so purposeful and bigger than myself. I got out in 2007 and took my uniform off, and immediately I was like, where the hell did all of that go? And it was this massive void for me, and I could not have identified what it was that I was missing. I just knew something was really wrong and something was missing. And so I kind of wandered around and bumped into things for a long time, trying to figure out, like, are you my purpose? Are you my purpose? And ultimately, found the mission continues just through happenstance and networking. And it clicked for me, just as it's clicked for tens of thousands of other veterans out there that have served alongside us in communities, that this is what I was missing. I was missing being needed. I was missing being purposeful. I was missing being asked to serve again. I was missing this opportunity to keep giving back to my country. I wasn't going to do it in uniform anymore, but now I wear a blue T-shirt, and that's my new uniform, and I've got my new unit, and it just felt like it really filled a void.
So first, I want to say thank you to Ellen and the We the Veterans team for planting your flag on Flag Day. This is a great convening, and love that it's the first annual, and look forward to the future ones. My service, so I grew up in just north of Boston in a small town, and no connection to the military whatsoever. My parents got married young, and when I played hockey. And this is relevant because when I was 12, our team was selected to represent the United States in the Soviet Union. And so we traveled to Kiev, which then was the Soviet Union, part of the Soviet Union, Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, and Moscow. And as a 12-year-old kid in 1989, hearing the Reagan rhetoric, the evil empire, all of that, we were going behind the Iron Curtain to play the Soviets. Now, we won 3 out of 4 games, and then about 7 months later, the wall comes down, and so when their 12-year-olds lost to our 12-year-olds, I think that was the final realization that it was ending. But that trip, beyond the hockey, that trip did 2 things for me, tied directly to my service. One, I recognized quickly that I was somewhere very different than Beverly, Massachusetts. And I was very grateful that I had been born in the United States so that I could have dreams and chase them. I assumed that the kids we played against, they probably had dreams as well, but were constrained on whether they could chase them or not. The people we met, I quickly thought to myself, these aren't evil people. Why am I supposed to not like them? Why are our governments aiming these nuclear weapons at each other, risking nuclear catastrophe? So the 2 things that trip did for me was, one, want to find a way to give thanks to the United States. Secondly, I wanted to understand if people got along at the individual level, what happens at the collective level at government, such that we're willing to risk nuclear catastrophe. Didn't know what that service was going to look like. Went through high school, was interested in why states do what they do, wanted to understand how things work, and then West Point came calling. I was a hockey player. They asked me if I wanted to play hockey. I visited West Point. Navy doesn't have you have a club team, but
So unfortunate.
We gotta let her have
Very
it. She's up here. We gotta let her have it. But what I saw, just like Mary Beth and Mary said, when I did my recruiting visit, I saw the Corps Cadets, this team. I'd always been part of team sports. I saw a way for this 12-year-old kid who wanted to give thanks. Well, put your money where your mouth is. This is what you can do. You can serve and give thanks. I know nothing about the Army, but maybe I can tolerate it for 5 years. Started my career and very grateful for the experiences that I had. Fast forward to today, my Army career exceeded, it was unimaginable. I found myself in the Oval Office with two very different presidents, President Obama, President Trump, and when I was sitting in that office, saying, okay, what am I supposed to do with this experience? This is great that the 12-year-old kid who wanted to understand why governments do what they do, I'm getting to see it. Two different styles of it. What do I do with it? I retired in 20, found out myself in Dallas, Texas, starting teaching at SMU, and quickly realized that my service to country was going to be harder and perhaps more important out of the uniform than when I was in it. And that service to this flag is what drives me every day.
Those are all wonderful answers. I was like, oh wait, I was too busy listening. I'm like, oh, I'm the moderator. I gotta get involved.
Good listening. That was good listening from this morning.
I'm trying to learn. And Mary Beth, you can blame Ellen for putting you up here with 3 West Pointers, because we were gonna come for you either way.
Let's all make fun of the Space Force. Can we agree on that?
That's something we can all agree on.
On this,
yes.
we can agree.
Here, here. Jason, at the end of what you were saying, you were talking about transitioning out and becoming a citizen, being on the outside of your service. And I think a lot of veterans and military families have that same feeling. Mary Beth, you brought it up too. You know, are you my purpose? Like, we get out, it's like there's a pipeline of things that people like us who get out do. And sometimes we don't always want to do that. But where we are now, where you are now, and I'll start with you, Mary Beth. What does being a good citizen look like? What does your post-veteran life look like? And what have you learned in that time?
Well, I'm still very much learning. So my last 9 years has been at the Mission Continues. I'm here for 18 more days. So we were joking earlier, like you can just slide your job offers right here up on the I'll be collecting them after, asking all of you for jobs. I think that for me, it's been about, always been about representing the veteran community, but I never really went into this wanting to be within the veteran community. And I still don't, honestly. And it's not that I don't love my job and I love all the people that I serve and serve alongside, but my goal has always been to be a veteran who is showing some example of how anyone can continue to serve their country, can serve their country the first time, can serve their country and continue to serve their country. And I think that very much to your point, Jason, like there's an opportunity to do that out of uniform and even out of the veteran community that is potentially even greater than when we're in our own echo chamber. And I appreciate, I'll get to this in a minute, I do appreciate this is not an echo chamber, which I think is really cool. So I think that's what it has always been for me, is like finding this additional way to continue to serve, but also bridging into, it's not about, I'm taking this a little bit more down to a local level now, where I'm finding ways for myself and then again tens of thousands of other veterans and non-veterans to come together to serve in communities. So it's about giving back to country in a very different way. It's something far less, it's not related to national security in the very direct way, or at least foreign relations, but it's definitely about strengthening country at a much more local level, but doing it while holding the ideals of this veteran community that we feel so strongly about very close.
Mary?
Yeah, so I have the honor of being the National Director of Programs for an organization called More Perfect Union. So we are in this bridging space, and I'm currently stressed out because we have our annual fellowship next week. So we are bringing 15 new leaders to the University of Montana and training them on how to go back into their communities and make them more civically engaged, to also develop leaders, and to possibly build a pipeline into local and civic government opportunities. I'm stressed out about that because that is 15 new states in addition to the 18 that we're already in, and we are going into one of the most tumultuous electoral seasons this country has ever seen. So I'm sending leaders into communities to try and bring different groups of folks together, to actually have them talk to each other without killing each other. And in some of these states, it is already, the temperature is already up really high. I'm trying to convince people to register to vote, even be poll workers. That's why I'm a part of this amazing group of people who recruit veterans for this. And what stresses me the most is in answering the question about what makes a good citizen. We've been all over this country. I've been in some really interesting places, in backwoods of Boise and in the middle of Manhattan. And everyone tells me that they do not trust the government anymore. They do not trust their leaders. Yeah, Mary, that's great. You want me to come get involved, but the cost of feed just went up and diesel went up. I'm trying to keep my ranch open that I've had in my family for 200 years. Mary, I'm just trying to feed my kids. So when I think about what it means to be a good citizen, I think about 4 rules my mom taught me growing up. The first one was be kind. So part of the work that we do is to teach people to be kind. When somebody responds with, some vitriol to me, the first thing I ask them is, are you okay? Are you all right? I really want to ask them, you need a Snickers and some bourbon. That's what I really want to say. But are you okay? Getting back in touch with kindness. The second rule my mom said was get a job. Go to college and get a job, meaning do something with the talents and the gifts that God has given you and contribute back to society. The third one was join a church. Find a good church. And I better teach the baby Sunday school. But what she was really saying was find some point in community to be connected, like invest, put some skin in the game. And the fourth was to vote. Because I told you I'm a daughter of a civil rights activist, and she said that there are people who came before you that put way too much into your life, the life that you have, for you not to do your part. So when we talk about being a good citizen, I think about those 4 rules, but I also think about legacy. And so part of what we do at More Perfect Union is in legacy building, leaving our communities in this country better for the people behind us. Because I am standing on the shoulders of people who gave a care enough about me so that my life could be better. So, I really, when we talk about being a good citizen, it's detaching people's minds from this idea of democracy from down the street at 1600 Pennsylvania. It's what's happening down your street. Did you call and report that pothole? Did you get that light fixed so that the seniors of your community can walk down the sidewalk? Because it's possible for us to have that control. So that's what I think about when I think about being a good citizen.
Absolutely.
Love it. I love all this. Service to country, service to community, the same, right? Strong community, strong country. When we landed in Prosper, Texas, 30 miles north of Dallas in August of 20, we quickly realized, like I said in my first remarks, that our service was going to be harder out of the uniform. My wife, also a combat veteran. And we landed there coming from D.C., hearing the rhetoric, and we said, well, what do we do? The first person I had coffee with in Prosper, a guy named David Bristol, who's now the mayor of Prosper, but he's an Air Force Academy graduate, and that was what we bonded around. The Surface Academy, we were talking about the state of the country, and we got to the point of saying, what do we do? How do we get people engaged? How do we help people here in this 30,000 person town of Prosper understand that D.C. isn't really that far, the government is not abstract. And so we combined our experiences, and we launched in 2023 locally something called the Prosper Exchange. We said we got to bring our residents together. He's lived in Prosper for 20 plus years. And we said if we can't have real conversations around our country's most challenging issues, then the experiment is doomed. And there is no better place to start it than our small town, 30 miles north of Dallas. Many of the folks who came to D.C. on January 6th in our surrounding communities, some from our town, and we're trying to bring folks together to help them understand, be more informed of how government actually works and how we the people are involved. In February, we had Thomas Jefferson from Colonial Williamsburg come, and he said that the greatest risks to our form of government is ignorance and apathy. And we talked about apathy this morning. We were talking about ignorance. And so understanding that our service beyond the uniform hasn't gone away, that we sometimes feel like it just transforms. Chris earlier mentioned Lowe's. When I was first moved to Prosper, I was at Lowe's, and the gentleman was helping me. He had the military vest on, so I asked him his story. He had been in the Army, got out as an 86, medically retired, said he was still serving the community. He's like, I'm no longer downrange. I'm helping my neighbors figure out where to go in the aisle. And that's where it hit me. Like, your service just transforms. We just got to be able to find how that is.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. we just talked about individually, and we talked a little bit about our organizations as well, what it means to be a great citizen. But can we segue that into each of your individual organizations? How can we use those to be, expand on being a good citizen, good organization, push towards the patriotic participation in Flag Day with our individual organizations? So I'll start with you, Mary Tobin. How can you use?
Absolutely. So I think the secret sauce of More Perfect Union is we dare to hold uncomfortable conversations. So we will attend many events that many of you host, and we'll take that foundation back to our community and say, hey, we had a bunch of really smart people talking about these things up here. What do you think? Because one, a lot of people in local communities are aware that there are elitists from every party who speak of the community level with disdain or like they are ignorant. So what we try to do is give voice and platform and agency back to communities so they can talk about it. And then when they get all riled up, yes, let's do it, let's take back our democracy, then we look for organizations like the Mission Continues to actually do community service work with. We look for organizations like Vet the Vote to actually register veterans and people to work as poll workers and to find out what your veteran registration status is. And so we like to call ourselves a convener within communities. We also feed you really, really well and give you really comfortable T-shirts. But the idea is that we bring you around tables again. We make Thanksgiving tables, dinner tables safe again. People feel safe. It's hard to argue with you when you're coming around good food. Then we have difficult conversations. We start a little easily. What is the American dream to you? What is your vision for this community? And then when they start saying, I want to do things like addressing veterans' homelessness, I want to address affordable housing, then we find other organizations that are doing the work. We partner with them, and then we scale impact. So I would say, one, if you want to be a leader of that work in your community, particularly around the conversations and the convening, first join More Perfect Union, www.mpu.us, and become a leader, become a brickyard leader, because our chapters are called brickyards because we are building back our communities brick by brick. And then I would also say civically, get engaged, get informed, and join organizations that are being led by people who are service-minded. And that's what we encourage you to do as well, is find fellowships, find organizations where you can become a leader. And so that's what we're trying to tap into, really, the veterans, the Peace Corps alum, the National Service alum, the Teach for America alum, and remind them that your service isn't over, that all those skills and experiences are needed to build up the next leaders of the next generation. So that's what I would say. Come to us for some good food and good conversation, and then go over here and do the work.
And what about what the Mission Continues?
Yeah, so we're a national organization that empowers veterans to continue their service, this time in under-resourced communities. So practically, they are leading service projects on any given Saturday in some of the hardest hit and most under-resourced communities across the country, south side of Chicago, Englewood, and Little Village, and right here in Ward 8 in DC, and Anacostia, and Watts, and Compton in LA, and any others. And the beauty of that is that it is veterans who are giving back to community, not veterans who are giving to themselves or each other. And so that's why I love the synergy here with this Flag Day convening, and why I love that, we the veterans, and why we continue to be a part of these initiatives. Because when we come into these spaces, we're not talking about how we as military and veteran connected people can give back to the veteran and military connected community. It isn't that those communities don't have needs and challenges. It's that the challenges out there, outside of the walls, are way bigger than the ones inside. So we are needed to turn that energy, that potential energy we have in here, outward, back into the country. And so that's what, again, those are kind of the ideals that we stand on at the Mission Continues. And so I think there's this, again, this really natural synergy where the veterans that serve alongside us are looking for ways to give back to their country. They just want to feel needed again. They want to remember what that felt like when someone told them, you need to give back. Like, we want you to serve your country. And so when they fall back into come back home to their communities, and the initial response that they get is that they're being given a bunch of things. It's like antithetical to them. I mean, it doesn't make sense that now you're giving to me, but I'm supposed to be serving on behalf of this country. So we're just trying to flip the tables and get them back into an environment that's more comfortable for them and more ultimately useful for the country.
So DeJuan Wilshire and I are here from the George W. Bush Institute. We have a luxury of having the 43rd President of the United States and the First Lady as he would say if he were here, our bobblehead. So our Veterans and Military Families team, we don't work directly with veterans. We convene, inform, and collaborate with the leading organizations and institutions that do. We have a unique space in the sense that we can, because we're not tied to the day-to-day engagement with veterans, we can identify or hear from the issues that are out there and amplify the work that folks are doing, the challenges that perhaps need to be raised in various areas and places. What we really focus on in the policy space, I'll say, veteran education, veteran employment, and the health and well-being concept. And our most visible work is on health and well-being. For President Bush, it's about what he says that calls the invisible wounds of war. And if you haven't heard of Check-In, that is our signature effort alongside many organizations that are here today, the Veteran Wellness Alliance, www.veterancheckin.org. It provides, that alliance provides no cost, high quality access to mental and brain health for veterans, service members, and their families, regardless of era of service, regardless of discharge status. And that program is, I think, our most significant contribution to the effort, and it's personal in nature to President and Mrs. Bush. And so I'd encourage you, if you haven't heard of Check-In, go check it out. The last plug I'll give on that one is that on June 9th, this past Sunday, I was at Disney, Epcot. Epcot has put on a special exhibit of Portraits of Courage, President Bush's paintings. They're on display at the American Adventure, the 12 o'clock spot at Epcot. And alongside the display of Portraits of Courage, Disney has graciously agreed to prominently display Check-In and veterancheckin.org across the entire Disney experience, not just the Disney parks, but also the Disney cruise lines. So all that to say is that the George W. Bush Institute, we really can't amplify because of the 43rd President of the United States and the access that he enables us to have. So engage with us. We can amplify your work and share with veterans, communities, America more broadly, the work that everyone is doing and the contributions that veterans can continue to make beyond the uniform.
Thanks for that. With our last few minutes, I'll let each of you remind us of your organizations and where we can find more information. We got about 3 minutes left, so got to make it snappy, Mary.
Yes, More Perfect Union with a plus in front. So I know it's a lot. It's a different. We're fighting. I'm going to fight next week for the brand and the logo and the name. So, but www.mpu.us, where we strengthen and heal our communities through service, civics, and leadership. We have our annual fellowship program starting next week at the University of Montana, and every single June, we welcome 15 new fellows who will start and lead chapters throughout this country to depolarize our communities and hopefully make them stronger. So I encourage you to sign up. It is free. You'll get our newsletter, and you can figure out how you can join and be a part of what we are doing. We also point to the amazing work of our partners, many of you in this room. So we are not gatekeeping the service. We want everybody to get involved, and I hope that you turn your time and attention to the work that we do, and thank you so much.
You can volunteer with the Mission Continues if you're in one of our 40 cities. If you live anywhere near San Antonio, I'm going to be there for a week starting next week. I hear it's going to cool off for us, so I'm looking forward to that. And we're deploying to San Antonio for a week. But the other thing I just want to share with the folks that are in this room, love to have you volunteer with us, but also we're an organization that loves to amplify the impact through partnership. So if there's a way for us to do that with you, I'd love to talk more about it. I am a kind of a short timer at the Mission Continues, but I've got a great team that's continuing the work and love to put you in touch. So if there's an interest in thinking about ways to collaborate, then we're all for it. We can't keep going this road all alone. It's not working, as we can see. So we're all for just trying to multiply the impact through partners.
And I already mentioned the work that we do on the Veterans team at the Bush Center, so I'll highlight two other aspects of the work at the Bush Center where we can become more informed. One is we have an online journal we publish quarterly called The Catalyst. The next issue is coming out in mid-July. It'll be on sports diplomacy. The last one we published was on the state of American democracy. What can we do to fix it? And we have some prominent authors across the political spectrum that contribute. And then I also highlight our podcast called The Strategist, which President Bush didn't say. That was Will Ferrell on Saturday Night Live. But the president owns it. And so The Strategist, we have, it's a wonderful podcast done by Andy Kaufman at our Bush Center.
That's great. Well, I'd like to thank our panelists for joining us today. I see the big 1 minute in the back of the room, so I'm ahead of schedule. Thanks, everybody.
While the live stream isn't on, I'm just going to make the joke that I think the wealthiest organization might have shown up the latest. Thank you all so much for joining us. We are going to have a conversation about something that our community does well for each other, for ourselves, for our sort of ecosystem, our world, that we could be a good model for the rest of the country. And that is fulfilling our obligation to care for each other. And I think, of course, many Americans believe that there's a special obligation to care for people who have served in the military, especially those who have been wounded or those who support those who serve. But of course, we could also look at this as we are a good model for how Americans in general might care for each other in creative ways. So we have represented 3 different organizations who help provide this kind of care to different elements of our community. And so I'm going to ask the question that we've been asking everyone to start with, which is, for Mia, first of all, why did you serve, and then why did you feel compelled to continue to serve?
Sure. Well, I think I'm one of the least likely candidates to join the Marine Corps. I was homeschooled and didn't know anything about the Marine Corps. So for me to just one day walk in, I did it, and I really think that I found myself. I learned right then and there what I was signing up for, and I was really motivated by the challenge and the opportunity to be something bigger and better than myself. And upon separating from the Marine Corps 8 years later, you have that sense of service, you have your tribe, and I really still had that longing to be part of something bigger than myself. So I think I love Mary Beth's, I just kind of bounced around until I found what was the purpose again in my life, and I just started volunteering. And I think a lot of people that end up in the veteran nonprofit space, that's where they find it again. They're like, they have that touch with volunteering. And luckily, I gave enough hours and had that opportunity to join Next Stop at the time and then Combined Arms later on down the road.
That's awesome. Jose, you actually served in the government, and so we very much include public service in our definition of service. So can you tell us why you did some time serving in the government, and then what drew you to serve with Wounded Warrior?
Yeah, that's a good question. So prior to working at DoD, I served along Marines. I was a Navy corpsman attached to the Marine Corps. I was severely injured in 2004. Lost an arm in my 3rd combat tour. And part of my recovery was kind of just exposure to the community that serves wounded, ill, and injured. In addition to that, though, I was exposed to one of my mentors, specifically Senator Bob Dole. who really got into kind of inspired in me the necessity to give back in some capacity. Initially, I just wanted to get back into the fight, frankly, and the best way I thought to do that was to get into the federal government, specifically intelligence, but I quickly learned that that's not where my passion was, and government affairs and policy and advocacy was. That led me to serve at the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Legislative Affairs. I spent about 10 years there. But along that same track, as I developed my professional experience working government affairs, I was also developing my personal passion for advocacy for severely wounded, ill and injured warriors, but also with for individuals with disabilities. Got very engaged in adaptive sports specifically. That frankly led to the opportunity to come work at Wounded Warrior Project to lead our government and community relations. And I tell people I get paid to play baseball. I love what I do for the people I do it for, and it's a profession that I enjoy participating in.
That's awesome. Thank you. Bessa, like me, you are, and like others here, you know, we're married into this service, so to speak. But obviously, some of us then choose to engage more deeply with this community and kind of now lead in serving our own community. So tell me about why.
Not a veteran, a military spouse, married to a Marine veteran. And I grew up in an immigrant family. My dad was from Kosovo. And I remember when he became a citizen, and all I cared about was that flag cake. So when you talk about taking back Flag Day, this is what I'm thinking about. But I think so my love for this country definitely came from him as an immigrant, and making sure that he took me to the polls to vote every single election. And he would say in his accent, "America is a beacon of hope," you know, and I hear that every time I go to vote. But I used to spend my summers in Kosovo, and when I did, it wasn't America in a lot of different ways. I was in a village. We rarely had electricity. Sometimes, food was kind of served family style in a plate of what was there. And my parents would send me there every year because they wanted me to know what it was like to not be here. And I wouldn't put shoes on all summer. Like, I was living this life, and but certain things would happen. Like, they would say, "Oh, you can't say that," or I might just have an opinion on something. It would be, "You can't say this." And as the years went on and the war started to develop, a lot of things happened in my family. Their homes were burned down. I lost several family members in Kosovo. I was there myself when served military bombarded our house. Like, a lot of things happened to my own family. And when U.S. troops and NATO came in and intervened, it saved my family's lives. They were in refugee camps all over Europe. It took us a long time to find everyone, but I had this appreciation for our military, even though I didn't know anything about our military. And then as I went on in my career, I became a journalist, and I got to go back to Kosovo and report on life there a year after the war. And I was talking to our local troops from Texas. I was working at a Texas TV station, and they were all telling me about their families. And I was like, whoa, you have families? Like, that just had never even dawned on me. And through that career in journalism is how I got to know our military and got to know their families, and then did that thing that everyone told me not to, married a Marine. And here we are almost 20 years later. But that's where that comes from for me.
Wow, that's everyone has a very good story. I'm so happy to ask. Okay, so of course, you serve, you have the varied experiences being connected to the military. Why is it so important? I mean, it's almost like obvious to America that we do these things, but why is it so important that we continue to care for members of our community? Not, service members, wounded service members, and their families. Why is that? What is that? What is that we have that obligation?
Well, I think that it's multi-layered, right? I think of like the ecosystem that we work in. It's caring for the organizations that work alongside you, caring for the veterans, but setting that example for your community on how you should care for people. I think the other, Mary said, be kind, right? Being kind and caring are one and the same. And I think that a lot of times today you can see that those aren't very common traits anymore. So I think a lot of times the community in general looks to veterans, those who have served before, that cared about something enough to join and serve for their country to set the example for what care should look like and what it can look like.
Yeah, I think the obvious or more apparent answer from my chair now would be because there are service members who have been wounded and injured through service who need our help, right? I was one of those. But I think as a veteran in the space, not just someone who serves, but also who has been served, when you separate from service, there's an instant loss of connection and community, right? So organizations serve in many ways, but I think one of the ways that we don't talk about is that it provides that connection and community that we've lost coming out of service, right? Whether that's through financial support, connection, pick your different organizational group, it provides that for us. The other, I think, is veterans have a lot to offer. We have very unique experiences that we've learned either through combat or through service in country. Like, frankly, any part of your service provides some very unique experiences. And I think that sometimes getting out of service, you maybe don't realize how many or how much of that experience you can actually leverage and bring into the communities and help the communities grow. So I think that's another reason why it's important to continue to serve this community, is to help veterans flourish once they leave service, to realize that max potential of impact they can have within the communities.
Two stories from my time as a journalist and the people behind them, and that's what inspires me and why I believe we need to do this work. The first was Janina Bitts. Her husband, Sergeant Michael Bitts, was among the first Marines killed in Iraq. And as my job as a reporter, I used to go and I'd knock on the doors of these families the day that they found out this news, sometimes just minutes or hours after, and ask them if they wanted to talk about their loved one. It was a brutal time in that community. I was living in Jacksonville, North Carolina. She said no, Janina did. I handed her my card and I left, but as I was leaving, I saw a national news reporter climbing up her trailer, physically climbing up her trailer, and took a picture of her in her bathroom with her 3 young children. She was giving them a bath on the day that she found out that her husband was killed. I felt so disgusted. A couple of weeks later, Janina called me, and she's like, I want to talk now, but I don't want to talk about him. We can talk about him if you want, but what I want to talk about is that this can't happen ever again to someone. And she wanted to make sure that families had a moment, had some time, had just take a beat, take a breath before that news was shared. And she did something about it. So she fought for that. She fought for that waiting period, and now there is a 24 hours, and I know that it's not the same now with social media. It's even more complicated, but she saw something. She knew she couldn't make it better for herself, and she wanted to do it for someone else. The second one is Jerry Ensminger. Some of you may know him. His daughter, Janie, died of cancer at a very young age due to the water contamination at Camp Lejeune. I followed him here to D.C. while he fought for those who were having issues due to toxic exposure, some of them overseas, his here in our own country. And so following him over these years and watching him fight for decades. In fact, at the signing of the PACT Act, he was there, and I said, Jerry, you did it. You did this. And he said, you would do the same if they killed your daughter. People like Jerry, people like Janina, these are the people that I think of and remember every single day as reasons why, and inspiration as why we need to continue to do this work.
So following up on those stories especially, how are some of these experiences and, then the things people do with them, or the realities that people live in when they leave service and the realities people live in as a military spouse, what are the things that can be transferred to become the idea of a good citizen? Like, how does that inform what your idea of a good citizen is, coming from, where you've been and now where you are?
Well, she's a hard one to follow. Well, again, I think it comes down to you sign the dotted line to be a part of something bigger than yourself. And I'm going to go back to my time like at Next Stop, helping middle enlisted transition into industry careers. And what were those core values that employers saw as the traits that were different from that maybe college graduate that was coming? Instill discipline, showing up early, staying late, doing the right thing, even when no one's watching. These are the things that are ingrained in us, and really, I think, set the example for what the community can emulate, can strive to emulate.
Yeah, I think being a good citizen is kind of in the eye of the beholder, right? I think at least for me, I personally approach it from my experiences and what it means to be a positive influence in the community I live with and make a positive impact, right? Leaving it better off than maybe I found it is probably the way I approach it. I think that, military service, generally speaking, I think nonprofit service teaches you a little bit about humility and empathy and kind of all those attributes that just make generally good people. I think if we have, good people, we have good citizens. Bob Dole was one of my mentors. Another was a gentleman by the name of Jim Bugg. Jim Bugg was also a World War II veteran. And these are the most caring, down-to-earth, genuinely individuals I've ever met. One of the best advice that Bob Dole gave me was, you treat the secretary like you would treat anybody else, and you treat the receptionist like you would treat anybody else. And he did that, and I saw it in practice, which was really at the end of the day is you just treat each other kindly, and then I think those attributes leads to the positive impact and positive participation in the community collectively. We see, particularly in Washington, D.C., a lot of friction, a lot of negativity, and I think we're forgetting a little bit of that kind of what it means to be kind to each other, which then leads to becoming good citizens.
So my husband Dave was the first service member that I ever dated, and while we were dating, these things would happen. Like, we would be driving down a freeway and a turtle would be crossing, and he would pull over on the side of the road and pick up the turtle and take it to the side, and I was like, oh, and then and then we'd be, one time we were at a drive-thru and there was a fire in the bushes, and he jumped out of the car and he helped put out the fire. And I remember another time there was a motorcycle accident. He pulled over on the side of the road. So anyway, I'm telling you all these stories because I thought that was so rare and so unique, and I didn't know a lot of people like that. And now I know, like, all of you, and you're all like that. Like, Jose would do that, Mia would do that, Ellen would do that, all of you would. This is what this community is. And I wish I weren't as late to the party as I was. I just feel really fortunate to be here.
So how can we, as a group, help teach other citizens not as connected to this community about these values? Like, what can we do to push these out more into the community?
Sure. I think it's giving them the opportunity to experience it alongside you. I think of our mobile food pantries. We now have 5 across the state of Texas, and companies like Comcast and HCA and other corporations, they come because like the Mission Continues type events, they want to get their hands dirty, they want to touch and feel and that they did something important. But when they get to do that alongside you, they're also kind of living these experiences with you, and they have this thought of who you are and what you've done too. And I think that giving them that experience allows them, that opportunity to just kind of embrace what that feeling could mean. And then it's like wildfire. Like, they bring we'll see 3 other people from that organization show up the next time and the next time and the next time. And I think that, they just kind of rub off on you a little bit, and they take it into their communities, so it's furthering that impact.
I think another thing that we can do is just continue to share the stories of those who have served. There are some pretty remarkable people out there. It's not lost on me that not too many days ago we were celebrating D-Day in France, right? 12 World War II surviving veterans were there. Probably the last time we see World War II veterans participate at that ceremony. They do it every 5 years to that magnitude. But I can tell you that everybody that was there who wasn't a veteran or who did not serve probably left pretty inspired and left pretty motivated to kind of make a difference, a positive impact or positive difference. So from the perspective of just the nonprofit space, particularly the veteran space, I think just sharing those stories and finding opportunities to connect and highlight the impact that veterans are having and the role models that they are, I think just is inspirational. We see it on a daily basis, particularly with severely disabled veterans, who you look at an individual who's lost multiple limbs and now they're owning their own business, and you're like, wow, that's pretty impressive, right? And so it just inspires. I mean, I saw it, frankly, it's not just a veteran thing. I saw it with kids with disabilities who are out there competing in adaptive sports, and you look at them. I mean, I saw a gentleman with no arms break a world record with a bow, right? I can't shoot a bow with two hands, let alone the guy with no arms, and that's inspirational. I think those stories are, respective of where we sit, help individuals kind of see that beacon of hope and then just become better.
I'll just add, we could be more accessible in the sense of when we have our 4th of July party, we're inviting a lot of people that maybe aren't in the military community. I liked what Mary said about joining a church, or I guess it was your mom who said join a church. That's join your community, but that community doesn't just have to be this one. It's lots of different ones. My dad, I mentioned from Kosovo, he always used to say, you're an ambassador for Kosovars. You're probably the only one that they're ever gonna meet, so you gotta be good. And so I sometimes think about that, and I talk to my kids about that too. You are representing this very small portion of our population, so you're an ambassador, and speaking about it and exemplifying it is the best thing that we can do.
Yeah, hence vetted conversations. So, okay, so the last question is, Flag Day has been celebrated for 75 years. We are all, moved by the flag in different ways, especially people in this community. The flag has, in many ways, become some sort of political thing, I'm not making any judgment about which political what, on many different sides, but it doesn't have to be. And Flag Day could have a different meaning. And so the challenge that I'm kind of putting to you all to think through and answer is, if our community sort of, added to the celebration of the flag itself a call to the rest of the country to be active participants and active, use their patriotism for good, for action, not behind Facebook, not, liking something or making a TikTok video about it. Go do it. How would you help me define what Flag Day could be from that perspective?
Sure. I think you have to make it, something that is doable, something that is achievable. Veterans get so fired up about, being a part of a movement, right? If you make it sexy or make it, something that they can relate to. Oh, I can go find some veterans that are like me, and we can do this, right? And it could be anything. It doesn't. I think it could be, a community project, or go to a park, do something with the Mission Continues, or anything to just set an example, but bring community together. But whenever I alluded to making it achievable, sometimes I think the hesitation for anyone to do anything big or sign up to do something is they don't think they can do, they can walk up the hills of Congress and make an impact, make someone sway their decision. But they can do little things to set the example, which could give them more insight as to how they can be a bigger part to a bigger movement that impacts our community.
I think that finding an opportunity to connect veterans with civilians, the civ-mil divide is extremely large, right? We see it more and more every day. Frankly, we're out of the 20-year war, and it becomes an afterthought, right? And so I think finding opportunities to get the military and veterans connected with civilians to do something positive, like a community project, is probably one of the easiest ways to do that. You can do that nationally, but not necessarily coordinated. You can, to your Facebook/like type of comment, right? Those things can spread fairly quickly, and you can maybe mobilize people to do something versus just like something, right? So to me, I think that's probably one of the easiest ways to turn it into, not easiest, because nothing really is that easy in that scale, but to maybe have people focus on doing something positive together, military, veteran, and civilian.
First of all, it's going to happen because Ellen, you're all over it, and so I feel good about this. But I am going to say we cannot, as much as we want to, ignore the Facebook, the Snapchat, the LinkedIn, and all of that. And I think that one thing we could do better as a community is kind of celebrate when someone else tries. They try to dip their toe in. And I see this a lot, particularly on Memorial Day. And people don't know what to say. I have a hard time. I think about it so hard what I want to say on social media for Memorial Day. And when someone says Happy Memorial Day, and then we all like attack them, right? And you've all seen it happen. And then we're like, this is Memorial Day and this is Veterans Day. And it's so true. And I understand that it's painful and personal, but then we're basically telling them to go away also. So I think it's really important that we celebrate them coming in. And one thing that I've said is it's not a happy Memorial Day, but it's okay to be happy because the things that are making you happy, your family, the barbecue, and all of that, those are the things worth fighting for. And that is what our military, our veterans, and our families do every day. So I would just say welcoming more.
Yeah, that's huge. Although I did call a new local business in Virginia Beach that was opening up right before Memorial Day. And they're on one of the main thoroughfares between like 3 different bases. And they put up their like it's a restaurant. I wanted this restaurant to succeed so bad because it's like walking distance from my house. And they put up a Happy Memorial Day sign. And I, of course, called. And I talked to this like young girl and I was like, hey, I have a suggestion. You could change the sign to say honoring Memorial Day. And she was like, wait, you want me to change the sign? I was like, I do. And can I talk? And I was like, and can I talk to your manager? Like, Karen calling. Can I talk to your manager? And so I did talk to the manager, and he like was not interested in what I said. And then he went on and changed that damn sign, and that business is still around. You're welcome. Okay, so but I really quick because we have amazing people in the room. And I wanted to see if anyone else, because I have the microphone, has ideas about this. Like, how could our community establish the idea of sort of like encouraging other citizens to serve and have that be what Flag Day might mean in my own obsessive mind? Does anyone else have any ideas about that? Yes. Be a poll worker. Yeah, thank you. Hey. Yeah, that's awesome.
I just want to build on that too. I think running for office would be important too. I'm from Arizona, and I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about Arizona recently. And it seems like all the rational people are fleeing public office, and so it'd be great to see more veterans or more just civically minded people run for office.
Well, it's interesting because both of those ideas. And having Jose here, who served in the government, we in our community, I think, live in this like weird world where people can say that they hate the government but love the military, and I'm gonna be like, psst. And I wonder, is that something we can help with? Overcome. I mean, there's a lot of different public servants. Police officers are public servants. Nurses are public servants. Election workers are public servants. Like, how can we help with that? Making people have an understanding of there's a lot more people who serve our country, and maybe we can. And so kind of maybe that's a last word. Like, are there any ways? What else could we do to help that?
To help, maybe I want to make sure I understood the question. To help military folks.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so you know, I may be too close to the Beltway, so right. But something that does worry me regarding. So first of all, let me start with. I think we need more veterans serving in Congress. Flat out, right? I think there's good rationale there. Caveat, I get nervous when I see military veterans become political, because that also can degrade trust. So I'm appreciative of, like, for example, the Four Country Caucus, who is a bipartisan body in Congress who are made up of all veterans who work collectively together. And I think that those, I think highlighting that is important. But I think to your previous point, you know, there are a lot of good, when people say thank you for your service, I don't know how to answer sometimes, to be very honest, because, well, we provide a service and the people we provide it for are worthy of that service. We have doctors, we have teachers, we have, you know, the individuals who pick up the trash on Mondays, right, that provide a very specific but needed service for our country too. So I think to your point, just getting more individuals running or engaged in policy who are a bit more open-minded to having a compromise and having an open and just honest discussion and not becoming political about, or maybe willing to put politics aside, would be beneficial. And that's for any individual, just not necessarily veterans specifically. I do think being a veteran gives you that ability to connect with each other a little bit better, and why we have groups like the Four Country Caucus, for example, but nonetheless, I mean, I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Well, it does, and what it also did was prove that we are also a community that can sit in a room together and talk about civics and government and politics without becoming political. And it's possible, America. It can be done. Like, we can have this conversation as just rational human beings that all care about the country and not divulge, you know, get sort of go down some crazy rabbit hole of arguing, and that's very powerful. But you did bring up a very important question, which is a very important point, which is going to be for the last few minutes before we take a quick break, we're going to have a little bit of a different conversation. So let's thank these people and move on to the next one. No, it's okay. It's okay. We're good. Okay. Dewan, can you please step into this area of flags? And Mary Tobin, since you are talking in the audience and not paying attention, would you also come up here, please? That's what you get. So I don't know if any of you, have seen a YouTube Between Two Ferns. Thank you. A video series called Between Two Ferns. It's a very serious interview series, and we, as an organization, decided to co-opt that again, and it being Flag Day. This interview is called Between Two Flags, sort of between two flags. And the theme of the interview is thank you for your service, which is, Jose, thanks for setting that up. So just making sure you know that we are sitting sort of between two flags, not literal. Okay, so the two of you. So you guys both served so you could get on airplanes early. Is that right?
No, I actually served for the Lowe's discount.
Okay, got it.
But honestly, my reason for service, and I think most folks' reasons for service can be varied. And I would like to say that I think it's important to kind of reframe that to imagine what service is beyond a uniform too, because at some point we all leave. And I don't want us to think about our service being a constrained window of time where we have in a uniform, but also an opportunity where we can encourage others to continue to serve. So that's why I serve. It's a lifetime commitment.
That's awesome. And Mary, we know it's for free college.
Well,
Okay.
I was just waiting
You're-
for you to thank me for my service.
Well, I'm not there
just
yet.
not,
I'm not
yeah,
there
I don't
yet.
talk until you thank me.
I'm not there yet,
Yes,
but I
okay,
have follow-on questions. So, okay, if I do a reenactment down the street from here and I carry a musket, do I get VA benefits?
Who are you charging at?
If I am on the side of the Americans in the Revolution, do I get VA benefits?
VA rep right here. Man, what do you say? I would say, nah, man.
Okay. You have to earn it a little bit more than that?
You got to put skin in the game. You can't just,
Okay.
be on the sidelines. Got to get in the arena.
Okay. Well, oh well. When people say thank you for your service, that means they check the box on supporting the troops and that they are a patriotic American. Is that right?
I typically like for that to come with like a job offer, typically a husband. I don't know. I need some more, Yeah, that's how you thank me for my service.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Dewan, does that check the box for you? Like, you are a patriot. You thank me for my service.
Have you ever seen an ugly baby?
Yes.
Do you say that baby's cute?
I probably wouldn't lie.
Wait. Wait.
No, you heard me.
You call the parents' babies ugly.
I'd be like, oh, it's alert.
Wow. Wow. Goodness
I'm sorry.
gracious.
What was the question? Oh man, that was.
Okay, so next question. Okay, so is the real reason that you celebrate Veterans Day the Hooters free meal or the mattress sales? Or is there any other reason to celebrate the holiday?
Toyotathon.
Toyotathon.
Is his favorite vehicle. But even beyond that, and I'll jump back to the serious piece here too. Is I think that it's also important for me. Veterans Day is all about pride. Like, if I think back on, and I was talking to a few folks walking around the grounds here, there are stories that are missing here, and yet I know them, and I feel so immensely proud to be part of that legacy that contributes to the place that we're here at today. So it's all about pride. Veterans Day is for me.
Yeah, I think it's about connection too. I think growing up, I would see VFW, American Legion, and see those gentlemen and those women with the hats and all the things, and be very proud of them. Now I'm seeing a lot of those older veterans connecting to me. I'm sharing war stories with them, and so I'm finding community more now with them. So I go down and share a cigar and a Jameson, with some gentlemen from the Korean War, and we swap those stories. And so seemingly individuals that I have nothing in common with, now I'm connecting with. And now I have this, old grandpa who's teaching me how to milk cows and stuff. And that's Veterans Day, milking cows, yes.
You've also mentioned whiskey twice in this
Well,
on this day, so just so you know.
It's a tale.
Yeah, you can call me an alcoholic, but they go to meetings. So it's fine.
Okay, so I married for the health insurance and military discounts, and it turns out they were serious about that. We have to deal with deployments and things like that. But do you think that we should still issue service members a spouse in 2024?
Well, they miss me. I definitely think that we should issue recognition and acknowledgement of all the sacrifices that our spouses and our family members make. They serve right along with us. We could not do this without them. And I think in one of my previous roles, I learned that military spouses are among the most educated in this country per capita. And the amount of military family members, their dependents, who then go on to serve in various ways is incredible. And that's the narrative that needs to be shown and told, in addition to, you wearing our rank. And telling people what to do at the gate. Yeah,
I'm not an admiral yet by that standard.
She hits on the import of the partnership in service, but I would even go further to add that it's not that they should issue a spouse. Rather, they should support the conditions such that that union can continue to be well. So that's what I think is the obligation on the government side of the house.
Should they issue kids?
They can keep those.
Yeah, they can give those back.
Okay, so but here's the other question. I'm moving up here, and I have kids. So I don't know anybody. Will you guys be my emergency contacts?
If you bring whiskey. Yes.
Okay. Do you guys think uniform pants are fashion or function?
Both.
Okay.
So in Chicago, I would always see. I lived in Chicago for 7 years. Homeless veterans had the same type threes that I had. So it's fashion for them, but it's also function too.
Okay.
It's both.
Okay. Women's uniform pants, are they fashion or function?
They're absolutely function. They should be fashion. I want it to be sponsored by Lululemon. Like, that's what I want.
Okay.
Lululemon.
The PT gear?
If you want to sponsor our pants, please do. No, I'm really happy that the military is transitioning in such a way, and meaning becoming relevant, so that it meets the actual sizes of women. Imagine that. I'm not shaped like Dewan. And I would love something that's a little bit flattering. I want to look good for the military balls, and I don't want to be dressed like a box Chevy. So I'm so happy. Yeah. I'm very happy to see that the military really is responding to the changing environment, especially for women veterans and women who are serving currently, yes. Even with hair standards, I would say.
No, that's true too.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, so GWAT, go with overseas tourist visa. Was it a work trip or was it sightseeing?
For me, it was both.
Okay.
Japan, 30 countries. That was a lot of sightseeing.
Okay.
Fifth Fleet, it was the other side of the work. Okay. Yeah.
I only saw Iraq, so I have no idea. Yeah, a lot of sandstorms.
Okay, so the weekend that just passed, it like kicks off the summer, barbecues, people getting together, actually is not the beginning of summer, but whatever, that's technicality. Do you say Happy Memorial Day or Sad Memorial Day?
That's actually that's a good one and a tough question. I often will ask someone, how are they, if I know that they served, honestly. But honestly, I also take that opportunity to educate too. So if someone, I think my friend from Kosovo, she mentioned that, the Happy Memorial Day, that's also an opportunity for us to educate and demonstrate graciousness to folks. Because we don't want to be an exclusive community. We need the supports of others, so we need to be gracious and allow them to step in and be in the fight with us.
I also think that's an opportunity to invite those who haven't served in the military to come do an act of service on that day or around that weekend. It helps make it real poignant for them. I often invite some of my friends who haven't served to lay a wreath, to plant flags. And they begin to ask stories about people's services. You can see they ask about the ages and the ranks and things like that. And so there's this added reverence that they develop on their own. And so I would like to encourage us to do that. When someone does make that mistake, take that as a moment, not to necessarily castigate, but to educate, as Dewan said, and then to invite along with service as well.
Love that. Okay, Dewan, you were in the Navy. Did you give up the ship?
Yes, he did.
That wasn't a pre-recorded question. Absolutely not. You never give up the ship. Never, ever.
Mary Beth said I can't ask you that question. Okay, so last question. If Americans really want to support veterans and military families, other than saying thank you for your service at airports to the new recruits who are in uniform, because they're the only ones in uniform in the airport, what should Americans do?
I think, so 2 things. One, ask a story. We like talking about our stories. We actually have really cool stories, most of us do. And then secondly, I think this will be a nod to you and this work that you're doing, is you're starting Flag Day. And Chris Purdy mentioned it because we talked about it. The month of June is literally a story that builds up to our Independence Day. You talk about Flag Day, then you talk about Juneteenth, and we all know in 2021 became a national holiday. There was a lot of mixed emotions around that. But the reality is that also is a central story to the American story. It builds to the 4th of July as our total independence. And so for me, I think that's an opportunity for us to serve. So you asked a question earlier, what do we do? How do we get folks to serve? We can create a season of service. That could be from Flag Day to the 4th of July. That can be from Memorial Day to the 4th of July, whatever you decide that you want to do.
I'll let you know. I will let you know.
But that's what I got. That's what I got.
I like it.
Yeah.
Last word, Mary.
That's brilliant. I actually co-signed what Dewan said. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you for your service.
I was about to say thank you for my service, yes.
Okay, Ron, Joe, let's go. All right, Kathy's here. What? You're calling Terrence? He's supposed to be in the next. Yeah, so, no, he's got two. He's got two. He's got like one between this. He's got about 45 minutes. Tell him to hurry up. You're on this one, yeah. Yeah. So Kathy. All right, people. Don't worry. At the next break, there will be drinks and whiskey, maybe for Mary. You knew it was coming. All right, well, welcome back to our Vetted Conversations Flag Day event. So excited to be here to talk about something particularly unique, I think, but really, hopefully, expandable to the rest of America. And that is the fact that the community of military families and veterans does a very good job of remembering what unites us as a country. And there are physical ways to do that, kind of, gathering together, that we'll definitely hear about, and also sort of remembering some of those core purposes that motivate veterans that we can sort of share out with the rest of America. So I'm going to start by asking the question we've asked everybody is, why did you serve when you signed up to serve? Kathy will get a different question, obviously. And then and now. Why then, and why did you continue to serve?
Well, I guess I'm the lucky one that gets to begin, but I have to start out by saying there's a lot of West Point and Annapolis grads in here, a lot of admirals and generals. I'm telling you, this is an absolute nightmare scenario for a sergeant major. All right? Officers, I'll let you know this, I did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation. I was busy busting rust and cleaning weapons with the Marines. For me, it was really simple. It was legacy. I was knee-high to a grasshopper when I knew that I was going to be a Marine. But unlike some of you accomplished academics, I graduated high school by the skin of my teeth and enlisted in the Marine Corps because as far back as I can trace the family lineage, every generation had served. So it was a sense of obligation, but more than anything, it was a sense of legacy and just to kind of live up to the very high bar that my family had set. My two sons are actually on active duty and both currently deployed right now, one Marine, one sailor. Very, very proud of that. But I was the product of two very, very proud Navy corpsmen. My dad was a decorated combat badass out of Vietnam, 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines as a Navy corpsman. And, he was my hero. I always had to live up to that. So 24 years later, 2017, I decided to step out of uniform, predominantly because my oldest son had just enlisted, and the general of my home looked over me and said, "You need to retire because he needs a place to call home." And I said, "Okay." We're in No Place, Indiana, and I said, "Well, it's as good a place as any," so we planted the roots. Within very short time, however, I realized that I was missing something great, and it's been spoke about in here before. Every subsequent re-enlistment that I did my time in the Marine Corps was because I was an addict. I was an absolute addict. I was addicted to waking up every single morning of my life knowing that what I did mattered and knowing that I was influencing the national treasure of this country, that is, those Marines. Walking away from that was far more traumatic than I thought. 14 months later, as I was immersed in corporate America, I realized that I had suffered some significant withdrawals from my addiction, and that if I didn't find a way to address that, I was never going to be happy. So I found home in the American Legion and continuing to serve America, by any way I can. So that's it's about as short as I can go. Brevity's not my strong suit.
So Kathy, like me, the military chose you. You married into the military. Why did you then choose to dedicate your life to serving the community that you joined?
Thanks, Ellen, and congratulations for this super convening. I think part of the question is why did I let my husband keep serving? Right? Because as my colleague here said, as Ron said, the families have a vote, and we get to say no. So when someone is serving in the military and they're married, that spouse is choosing, Ellen has chosen for Mike to continue to serve. So why did I do that? And sometimes it was a terrible pain in the ass, right? I was making twice as much as my husband when I married him. And incidentally, I had a ton of meaning in my life. I worked in politics and government, and I helped to elect a president, and I felt I was fulfilling my place in the country. So I had no lack of meaning in my life. And I married my husband before 9/11. But then we had a war, and I had children, and people were trying to kill my husband. And I couldn't work because we moved to places like, Jacksonville, North Carolina, and Parris Island, South Carolina, where the kind of work I did you couldn't do. My kids couldn't sleep through the night, and we didn't have to do this. It's a volunteer military. So I had to ask myself, why am I choosing to do this, right? And the reason is because it's an unbelievable privilege to support this country, which is a unique country in the world. And I loved this country before I married my husband. The work that I did was an expression of that. My 4 grandparents are immigrants. Nothing good happened in the old country for a millennium. And a lot of great things happened once my family came here. So I love my country. I love my husband. And I'm so proud of him and so proud of what he was doing for the people who served with him and for our nation. So I didn't want to stop him from doing that. And I love the people who served with him, who I thought were better off because he was there. So that's why we stayed in. That's why I decided that we would stay in. It's very easy to love this community. While we were doing it, I felt like life was too hard for the people who did it. And they don't deserve it to be that hard. Plus, the country really needs them to keep doing it. Otherwise, at the end of the day, as much as you love your country, you actually love your family more, and you'll have to take care of your family. So I felt like we had to find a way to make it possible to both serve and have your family thrive. Started my organization for that purpose, and I think I have the best job in the world, so it's easy to keep doing it.
Joe, how about you?
It's on. Joe Grassi, VFW. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very flattered to be here. I'm just thinking about my old troublemaker friends on the corner. If they could see me now from New York, there, I think they would be impressed by this. But why did I join the service? I joined the Army. Why did I join the Army? Well, like many of us, like many of you in the audience, it was a family tradition. I was very aware from a very young age that my uncle served in World War II. I was very aware that my father was a medic in Korea during the Korean War. I was very aware that all of my uncles served in the military at one time or another, and understood that they faced very serious things, some more serious than others. And then my hometown was attacked, and always had the voices of my brother and my father inside my head, which said, you don't have what it takes to be in the military. You're not bold enough. You don't have the nerve. You don't have the guts to join the military. So I was sitting in my cubicle in a publishing company in New York, and I said, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? And the famous JFK quote kept echoing in my head. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And at that point, I wanted to show everybody the chip that I had on my shoulder, and walked into the recruiter's office, and I said, when can you send me? And I knew at that moment that although I like to think of myself as Rocky, I knew I was never going to be Rambo. And I knew I wasn't going to become Rambo. But I said, what can I do? What can I do to represent my home, to learn about myself, to learn about my country, and to learn about the world? And that's what I share with young folks who are interested in joining the military. I tell them, if you want to learn about yourself, and you want to learn about America, and you want to learn about the world, then join the military. And if you can get your advanced degree or your bachelor's and continue on with your education, and also be a military veteran, then you're going to set yourself apart, and you're going to have a confidence and a wisdom that's probably going to be pretty hard to match. And so that's my perspective on that question.
So why did you continue to serve after you got out in this capacity at the VFW?
Well, I ended up become a professional veterans advocate by accident because I wanted to go into aviation logistics because that's what I was doing. I was working on fuel and ammo reload point in the Army for helicopters. And there were no jobs. And I went to a job fair, and an individual there said to me, "Hey, you work for a publishing company?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "And you know about Army stuff?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Veterans advocacy is for you. You can write and you know about Army stuff." And I'm like, "Really? No one else wants to give me a job?" And they said, "We will fly you down to D.C. and you'll get to work." And that was in 2006. And I've been trying to contribute positively on behalf of veterans of all eras ever since.
That's awesome. So for all of you, your time, in the military, connected to the military, how did that shape your idea of what it means to be a good citizen?
Wow, that's actually a more challenging question, and I even had the prompt on that. But you did. But there's a reason that industrial organizational psychology loves to use the military for study. It is a perfect control group, no matter what you're trying to evaluate. Why? Because it's this beautiful blend of every conceivable type of American, from every type of background, every conceivable similarity and difference exists within the ranks: socioeconomic backgrounds, race, color, creed, gender, sexual orientation. However, there's a socialization process that begins that unites all of them individually under one thing. It is the quintessential, perfect, large-scale example of e pluribus unum. We're all committed to a cause greater than self. We're committed to a specific mission. And the veteran community represents exactly that. And of course, the longer that you're in, the more you understand that at a very emotional and kind of a profound level. And I think, citizenship doesn't need to be complex. It's as good as just being a good neighbor and picking up trash out of your neighbor's yard, because maybe they've been gone for a day. Mowing the next door neighbor's lawn because they've been away at work. It can be very simple gestures, which you see a lot in the military community among one another. But it can also be very grand things like what Ellen's put together here, and the organizations that are represented here. So it's all kind of scalable, but defining good citizenship is really just as simple as: are you serving a cause greater than self? Are your actions routinely selfless in nature, and that you're serving the greater good? Because you have to quantify and qualify value in your life at that moment that it ceases to exist. And if you've changed one person's life, just one, then your life had value. And citizenship is really nothing more complicated than that.
I think one of the biggest gifts I got from the opportunity to be in the military community is that it gives you a ticket to all of America and all of its people. Without that, people can look at you and say, okay, you come from this region, you're this gender, you're this race, you're this religion, you have these politics, and you're like me or you're different from me. But when you're military connected, that anywhere you go in America, high, low, in, out, there's someone there who's going to feel a kinship to you, who's going to trust you, who's going to smile at you as though they know you. And I think that is such a gift. And it's a gift that's earned, as you were saying, by caring about something other than yourself. And I also think it's the gift we can give back to the country by modeling what's possible.
So, in terms of what did I learn in the military, which lends itself to being a good citizen, I would say that these are lessons that I learned from good leaders in the military. And what they told me and what they told my platoon and they told my troop, because I was in air cavalry, so it's a troop, not a company. What they told us was, don't be so self-absorbed. Have 360-degree awareness. Know that we have a common goal, and there's a universal truth. We want to treat others the way they want to treat us. Once you can agree on one thing, now we can take everybody's experience into account and into consideration, because that's how you're going to move forward. That's how you're going to attain an achievement. That's how you're going to reach your goal. And I met, just like most people in here, most veterans in here, or all the veterans in here, can say that when you're in the military, you meet individuals from all walks of life. And to quote one of my professors at SUNY Stony Brook, he said, you know, you constantly have to ask yourself, or we have to ask ourselves, who are we? What are we? Contact, contact, contact. Now, when he told me that as an undergraduate, I knew I had to write it down in the little blue book, but I didn't really know what he meant. But when I was in the military after that, those words came to life. And so, what does it say about being a good citizen? Well, be aware of your surroundings. And also understand that everybody is bringing a different perspective and an experience to the table, and that's worthwhile. And if you don't have that mutual respect and you don't have an open mind and an open heart, it's going to be very hard to achieve your objective.
So in the Legion and the VFW, there's one of the core elements is the camaraderie of people getting together. But there's also action connected to each group. And at Blue Star Families, the core focus has been overcoming the civ-mil divide and helping people really better understand and connect across that divide. But there's also action built into that too. So I'm curious if you guys can each explain, this idea of how camaraderie actually just feeds the output, the service, the action, the work at your organizations.
Sure, absolutely. In the history, all of the veteran service organizations and MSOs are all so immensely valuable. Obviously, I'm part of the American Legion, so I can speak a lot to it. But it was fundamentally founded, right, by World War I veterans who were returning, understanding that what they needed to do was positively affect the community of the country, get them to believe that the fight was worth it, get them to believe that this experiment in freedom and democracy that the American experiment represented was worth the sacrifice. That was no easy feat, right? Because up until that point, we were very kind of an apathetic country, very siloed. We really didn't want to get involved. So we immediately came back and used that camaraderie, that fighting spirit, to enact a process of pushing civics education, of developing the youth, of advocating for the flag code, of promoting the GI Bill, and the list goes on and on and on. But other things that maybe the community isn't as aware of was things like adoptions, orphanages, public swimming pools. Ultimately, American Legion, VFW, all of us, were always the tip of the spear in America's civil society. And that civil society was instrumental to shaping the country and performing where the government couldn't or where the citizen was apathetic to do so. So I very much think Ellen's efforts here this is all civil society stuff. We're all united in this civil society to act in that capacity that the government either cannot or will not, and where the apathetic citizen doesn't want to get involved. But the history of both organizations is phenomenal. But of course, it's that core, camaraderie that establishes that mutual sense of purpose, that e pluribus unum, you know, from many one cause. This country matters, this country's worth it, it's worth dying for, absolutely unequivocally. And there are people out there that can't fathom when a veteran says, yes, I'm willing to die for my country. Many of us veterans can't fathom that other people wouldn't be willing to, right? And there's a way to bridge that gap.
Joe, you want to go next?
Sure. I think veteran service organizations are very important. I see firsthand, I have seen firsthand for many years the good that they do. And really, what I think about when I think of the VFW or organizations like the American Legion is about there is a unshakable bond that we all share. And someone said earlier, well, 49% or 50% of service members are unaffiliated. That's because, you know, we want to know the real deal before we make a decision. And there's something noble about being a skeptical optimist. But to get back to the organizations, we're talking a bond that we're talking about a bond that extends through generations. The distinguished officer before mentioned, you may see a fellow veteran and say, I have nothing in common with that person, and inside of 3 minutes, you're going to find something that you have in common. And that bond is important. Why? Because the bonds are an antidote to isolation, and isolation leads to despair. And that road of despair is a really awful place to be. So the first thing that I think that our organizations provide is a bond, and that bond happens across all ages and backgrounds and experiences. And that really is what this is all about, is can we find unity in such a troubling, divisive, divided atmosphere in which we find ourselves in now. So I would say the bond and the fellowship is stronger than some may think.
And for Blue Star families, we style ourselves as a family. So come join the family, be a member of the family. And that's for the people who serve themselves and their families, but it's also for the civilians who want to be part of supporting people in the communities where you live. Then increasingly, about 20% of our membership is veterans and their families, because we find that when people transition out of military service, they don't want to necessarily lose all ties, and they want to still feel that they're part of that family. So we have a growing percentage that are veteran families. We have a really large percentage of women in uniform who join us and veterans. So if a service member joins, they're much more likely to be female than male. If there's a male service member and a female spouse, that female spouse will join. I think that's pretty interesting. These are young people. A lot of times they are not comfortable with the institutions that came before. That's just part of who Generation Z is. So being able to meet people where they are, the way they want to be, is very important, because we see these folks are really at risk of being isolated, that not everyone is finding the camaraderie that earlier generations found. Maybe that's because of social media, that's because 70-75% are living in communities and not on bases. So finding these places for community in new organizations, I think, is also a real opportunity. But what we also see is that one of the things that local community members get from being involved with us, I think Mission Continues and Travis Manion, Red, White, and Blue find this too. It's not always veterans or military-connected people who are joining. It's civilians who are finding the kind of camaraderie and sense of their community in that place. So these become very important places for cross-community bonds.
Well, we are out of time, unfortunately, because I would love to keep talking. But I think we've had such an obvious tasking to the rest of the country in these three organizations, which is that camaraderie across many different backgrounds, is incredibly helpful when it comes to building the bonds that lead to service, that lead to the feeling of belonging, and that we should look to organizations that we can support and also model ourselves after these three leaders. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all again for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you all to our panelists. Our topic, our theme for the next 30 minutes is leading as citizens. And like the other panels, I'm gonna ask folks kind of why they decided to serve in uniform. But before we get to the why, DeJuan mentioned this earlier about the power of stories. And so I'm gonna start with you, Eric, and I just wonder if you could, what was the moment when you decided or you realized you were going to serve in the military? Where were you? Who were you with? What was it like? And if there wasn't one single moment, or you can't remember because that's totally fair, what was the moment when what it meant to be in uniform hit home? Oftentimes it's the first encounter with the drill sergeant, but maybe it's not. So like, what's that moment? Take us to that time, and then we'll, Ms. Adams and Admiral Abbott will ask you the same question.
Thanks, Dan, and thanks for a great conference. So some of these things have been said, these themes have been hit on before. For me, I did need a way to pay for college. I grew up in Milwaukee, the son of two teachers, and my mom stayed at home. She was a German immigrant, and the practical reality was had to figure out a way to pay for college. I didn't come from a military family, so the two options from my perspective were ROTC or one of the academies, which I didn't know much about. And for some reason, I thought I wanted to do a Marine Corps ROTC scholarship. I didn't know much. I just knew they were the hardest to get into, so I thought I'd try that. And I remember showing up to the interview at the recruiting station in Milwaukee wearing my older brother's oversized white Don Johnson Miami Vice jacket with long hair. And during the interview, I'm pretty sure I called it the Marine Corps. So needless to say, that was a dead end. And it didn't pan out, and despite my parents not even knowing I had also applied for the Naval Academy, that door opened and decided to walk through it. And I really didn't know what I was getting into until that very first day. I just learned at West Point they call it R Day, we called it I Day. But where there's this moment after the ceremony, the swearing in, where you go from being a civilian to being in the military, and it becomes a reality very quickly when everyone's yelling at you and telling you to brace up and all those good things. So that's when it became real.
There'll be a follow-up question about whether you still have the jacket, but Ms. Adams, what was that moment like for you?
So I was actually in college when I joined ROTC. And they gave me the option to go to officer or the camp for 35 days or to go to basic training. And I said, no, well, I want to know how like the enlisted live. So I think that's important for me to understand that. I think at the time too, and I see this amongst other veterans who've joined, I was running from something as well. I had a traumatic incident that happened around that same time. And so when that option came to go away for 9 weeks, not knowing what I was getting into, I said, sure, let's do that. So I went to the Army, and unfortunately, I never made it back to that university with the ROTC, so I ended up staying enlisted, getting married, and 6 kids later, I had a whole different journey. Yes, 2 sets of twins. Just put that out there. That's how you double that quickly.
So the fashion and function question about clothing, very salient at your house.
It didn't matter. I got a husband.
Admiral Abbott, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dan. I'd like to just
take a second to say also thanks for We the Vets setting up this wonderful conference and all the partner organizations that are involved and how important I think it is. And we're doing it at this magnificent location, the location, if I understand correctly, of one of the presidents of 8 who was a senior military officer. And I'm going to get around to answering the exact moment when I realized that this was my duty, but since I actually don't have an answer for that, I'm going to sidetrack a little bit and say that I know the message has been that we all ought to be serving, and almost everyone here has served in uniform, but I'm very much convinced that we as veterans need to continue to serve in the country needs us now, and there are so very many ways that that's possible, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk about a few of those. I'm like Joe and the Sergeant Major in the previous panel. I grew up in a military family. I had a grandfather and a father and a cousin and brother and 2 sons who've all gone to the same school that you did. And I think I could salute as soon as I could stand up. So that was the moment.
Great, fantastic. And just the next question for each of you would be, what's something that being in the military taught you about your own capacity as a leader? I think, again, the origin story is here to underscore coming into the military. We have probably had different conceptions of your own identity as a leader. What was one thing that the military, or being in the military, you learned about yourself as a leader? And would love to start with you, Admiral.
Again, I don't have a precise answer to these very good questions, but I think, like all of us, we get influenced by the individuals for whom we work, and I could tell you what we call sea stories about lots of them, but let me just pick Colin Powell. I worked for General Powell when he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I was a 1-star, the current operations officer. And as you might expect, General Powell was making lots of trips across the river to participate in policy discussions at the White House in the sit room, and my team would, and the Sergeant Major will enjoy this, we would prepare slide decks for General Powell to take across to the sit room. I can remember walking in with a slide deck of maybe 30 slides for General Powell, and he very politely took them and paged through and selected 2 to take across. But it's important to understand that it's a continuum of learning that you have as you provide public service. Hopefully you're growing in a way that will be beneficial to the country later on. I certainly felt a privilege being able to watch General Powell, and he is also an example for us, in my view, of someone who very clearly understood that duty didn't end when he took his uniform off. He continued to serve this country in all of the ways that you know, literally until the end. I'm a great admirer of Colin Powell.
Ms. Adams.
I think something I learned was that I had this can-do attitude and don't quit that, you know, my younger self didn't see. You know, coming through school and, you know, elementary, high school, you know, I thought I was quiet. I thought that maybe I wasn't as much of a leader. But, you know, going into a military where, you know, it was still a time where I was told, oh, women shouldn't be here, and you shouldn't be serving, and what are you going to contribute? And then when I told my mom that I was going into the military, she was like, you can't do that. Like, you're not going to be able to do that. And so I'm that type of person, which I've learned, is that, oh, you told me I can't do it? Watch this. So I really did learn that I don't quit, and I will continue to push, and I will show you better than I can tell you. That's something I tell my kids all the time. I'll show you better than I can tell you. And so I developed this strength within me to be able to put up with so many different things. I mean, I remember even, and it just blew my mind that I met people who had never been in the presence of an African-American person in person. Like they only saw people on TV. Like that was mind-blowing to me. So I got this opportunity to educate and just lead by example, not necessarily putting a title on it. So
I appreciate that. And Eric, over to you.
Yeah, so one of the things I've come to appreciate about veterans is just how diverse veterans are, how different our stories are, different backgrounds, but we come together for a common purpose. Going back to the plebe summer, something that I was proud of, they did personality testing my year, the Myers-Briggs. Anyone taking Myers-Briggs in here, right? I'm an ENFP. Supposedly 10% or less of veterans are ENFPs, but they gave it to us at the beginning of the summer, and most of my classmates thought, well, I need to answer this like I'm a trained killer, because that's what they want. I just answered it the way, and I was exactly the same at the beginning as the end, and that was very uncommon. So being true to yourself, even when you're in a new situation or a new organization, new environment, being really true to yourself and who you are, and bringing that to bear, and trying to carry that forth throughout my time in the military.
Well, and it feels like there's a consistent theme where it's leading by example, both in the case of Colin Powell, but also learning that that's a strength that you have, is to show by the actions that you have and by being authentic to who you are, even in situations that are adverse or might incentivize you to be otherwise. I want to move now to contemplate, because each of you made a decision at some point that you were going to be a civic or a public leader, which isn't an obvious or necessarily common choice for every veteran. And as we've heard, oftentimes the transition is actually quite discombobulating, that you actually lose that sense of leadership that was maybe discovered in service. And so again, take us to that moment when you either decided or realized that you were a civic leader, even though you are no longer in uniform. And if it's okay, I'd love to start with you, Ms. Ad.
Sure. When did I realize that? Maybe today. I think that the many steps that I've taken in my life are not because I wanted to lead. It was just because I wanted to make a difference. And I fell off a deuce and a half truck with the rails up when I was preparing to go to Iraq, and ended up in a wheelchair and told I may never walk again. And so I had to fight for my VA benefits. And so that sparked me to want to do more for others. And so I went back to school, got off my butt, stopped watching Lifetime, and went to law school and got my law degree and started helping veterans in that space. And then I saw there was a need with women veterans, so I started a nonprofit. None of these things I was seeking to say, hey, I want to lead in this space. It was just that there was a gap. There was nothing there, and so I took it up on myself. And so that's how I ended up, getting in the position of working for the governor in Michigan, and then even being recognized to be chosen and selected for this position. I think, as you mentioned about being your authentic self, I think that we all have those leadership capabilities. We all see a need, we see an issue, we see a challenge, and as a psychology major, I don't know if you ever heard of that Kitty Genovese story where, she's in this alley and she's being attacked and everybody's watching from the windows. And everybody made this assumption that somebody's going to call 911. Nobody called 911 because we all made this assumption. And because of that case that I learned in psychology many years ago, I'm always that person that says, I can't assume that it's happening. I have to make it happen. And so that's, I think, where that leadership comes in, and whether that makes me a civic leader, it just makes me someone who is willing to take action, even if it's hard. So,
Which again, I think we'll be connecting on this, but I think that's something that we're going to hear and we have heard about, just stepping up in the presence when people are either anxious or fearful, simply stepping forward and demonstrating that there's an alternative to just stepping back and retrenching is an act of leadership, and it's something that veterans, I think, find that a part of them kind of consistently. But would love to now turn, Admiral, over to you, that moment when you realized, I am either going to or I am a civic leader out of uniform.
Well, I'd like to say that early on, after taking off the uniform, I realized that I was not a candidate to be one of the retired military officers who became President of the United States. I know we've had 4 of them. One of them, of course, home is here. But I was clearly interested in finding things that I could do. And for instance, I've become a poll worker at Arlington County at the Oak Ridge Elementary School.
There we go.
I'll see you there if that's where you vote on Tuesday. But there's also a chance that is involved in life, and so you know you can plan to do things, and then sometimes things happen, and that was very much the case for me. I had been asked to come over and do a study for Vice President Cheney in the summer of 2001 on WMD terrorism, and I happened to be at the White House on 9/11. And so I was asked to stay on and help Governor Tom Ridge get established as the Homeland Security Advisor, and I became his deputy and helped him and others design the Department of Homeland Security and write the first Homeland Security strategy. And there I was. But I became very much aware of how important it is and was for people with military experience to be able to provide that after they retire. And I have other sea stories that I can add if we have time.
Fantastic. Appreciate that. And Eric, over to you to close it out.
I wish I had spoken before the Admiral. This feels pretty small, but we, I got out of the Navy in 2005 and moved to St. Louis, where we still live. It's a wonderful city. It's a great place to raise a family. When we first moved there, the neighborhood we lived in was transitioning, and our block was really rough. We lived across the street from a drug house. I'll never forget the night the Cardinals won the World Series in 2006. There was someone on the front porch across the street with a gun trying to break in, and so I got really involved with our local civic league. Got really involved with I had our alder person on speed dial, and just got really active with the community to try to do something about the problem in our neighborhood, and got involved that way. Also went to law school. Went to law school with the idea that I would maybe serve as a prosecutor. By the time I ended law school, I wanted to work for the public defender. Had a young family at the time. Starting salary for the Missouri Public Defender's Office, $30,000. So that was a non-starter. And then did a number of other things before circling back around to civic leadership later.
What I love about that is that, and again, there's some themes that we've heard consistently, which one, the importance of local community as often the setting within which we can start and initiate civic leadership, where it's around a clear need or a clear problem to solve, or around a specific community that you see needing to help navigate a complex system or have their voice be heard at a table, or even a problem that is maybe less community-oriented, but when the country was obviously reeling from 9/11, how do you figure out what system actually can serve and support and make people less afraid at a time when everyone was so scared? I'd love to kind of dig into that by asking, what is it about being a veteran that you think can help other veterans, or even folks who aren't from the military veteran family community, find their own sense of leadership, right? That it's not just about what we do as leaders, but actually that we are activating leaders across all of our organizations and individual work. And Eric, I'd love to start with you, because I think that one of the things that I always admired about the organization you've stood up is that you're consistently kind of helping people discover their own identity as a civic leader.
Yeah, that's a big role. So we started Veterans for All Voters, and I want to give a shout out. We have a couple of our board members here, Jeremy Butler, Tawan Wilker, others that are just fantastic. And it was a team effort standing up Veterans for All Voters with the idea of giving veterans an on-ramp to get involved in politics in a nonpartisan way. Just focus on structural reforms, focus on the structural problems that are underneath all the other problems that aren't being solved, and just give them a way to serve. For the 49%, it's actually, some polls is higher, for nonpartisan or independent military veterans. I'm one of them. Every time I looked at engaging in politics, the first thing people would say is, you have to pick a team. Eric, just pick a team. I've never once said I'm a Republican or a Democrat. So just giving people a way to serve where they don't have to pick an extra team or an extra identity that actually isn't helpful.
And Ms. Adams, for you, because in your current role too, you're leading civil servants, you're leading across government, you're also helping to, I think, other veterans across the country discover their own sense of leadership. So what is it about kind of your experience in the service as a civic leader that's helped you do that?
Well, I think one of the things that we can do to help veterans kind of see themselves in these spaces is to remove that big burden of the word leadership. I think that when we talk about leadership, there are so many people, we were talking about the Myers-Briggs, that may feel introverted and don't feel like they can see themselves as leaders. And when we say leaders, we think of the President of the United States. We think of all of these big individuals, but we don't really see ourselves as leaders. And so I think removing that title and just saying, you know, you can continue your service after service. Find your purpose. I was just speaking earlier about how, you know, connecting veterans to their purpose is suicide prevention. We see it when veterans retire. We see it when veterans are looking for something else. And if we can encourage them to, even if it's small, join your Rotary Club or, you know, join your local civic group, any of these little things that allow them to give back, then they will become the leaders that they've been meant to be without putting the label on it. And I think that that's going to be the biggest important thing that we do. Because again, and when I tell you, do I see myself as a civic leader, you know, I've always struggled with the term leader because I'm just doing me. And so I think if we can get veterans to just do them, to continue to serve and to continue to find that purpose, we will see more civic engagement.
I want to come to you for a second. I would love to just do a quick follow-up. What is it you think that sometimes, like you mentioned, the actual framing of leadership or leading itself can be a barrier, not seeing themselves as a leader? What else do you think kind of sometimes can be an impediment to veterans, you know, as they transition out to accessing this energy that everybody has within them, but yet doesn't always manifest?
Well, I would say from personal experience, feeling like you fit in the space that you're trying to navigate. And so, you know, I'm speaking with governor's offices and local leaders and even, you know, VSOs on a regular basis, you know, in the work that I do. And I'm always encouraging them to reach out to their local government, to actually introduce themselves to who they are and let them know who they are in the community, because we make these assumptions that our local leaders understand the veteran space. And so the question that has come back, which now we're working on talking points for it, is, well, how do I do that? How do I start that conversation? So I think the biggest barrier is that people understanding how to start the conversation. They want to, they know what they want to say, but they just don't know how to open that door.
Small acts of agency are so critical and all of that. So, and Admiral, I'll read you the same question. What is it, how do you think, or how have you found it successful in activating this energy among other veterans, non-veterans, folks in the military family community?
So I agree with Janetta, who said, you know, you do at the level that you are what you can. I think it was Theodore Roosevelt who said, do what you can with what you've got where you are. And that applies to all of us. And, you know, I am seized with the notion that our country needs us now, we veterans, that I saw a statistic that veterans and veteran families may constitute as much as 15% of the electorate. And of course, you know, I would like to say, I hope we will all understand that we have to exercise the right to vote. That's fundamental. But other opportunities will come along, and it will depend on where you are. I remember in the summer of 2020, I got seized with the need to perhaps try to encourage more veteran involvement to make sure that veterans could vote. We had some specific concerns about active duty members actually being able to get their vote recorded, we put together a small nonpartisan initiative called Count Every Hero, and it was a group of 9 of us who had been either in the military or service secretaries, and we initiated steps to make certain that those votes got counted, and we put down a marker that we wanted to try to provide paths for individuals to find other means of dealing with the nation's democratic issues. And I'll give you an example. Count Every Hero at the moment is very much focused on the fact that we have a law called the Insurrection Act that it's been around, I think, since the Civil War, essentially, but it's one that we are concerned about in connection with its potential use in an election environment. And so we are working to see that perhaps changes might need to be made to the Insurrection Act. That's an example of the kind of thing that, you know, has come along and is an opportunity, and I hope there will be others that continue to come along for me.
And that story reminds me, and actually in both of your stories as well, that, you know, as we just heard in the panel before, veterans organizations, military family organizations have for a long time served as essential pillars of civil society in America writ large. So it's not necessarily new, but there is something distinct. You know, with At the Vote, we get to travel around the country, and I'm always struck by the number of veterans I meet who just on their own have started these small pockets of like pulling people together, figuring out what can we do in our local community, and I feel like that energy continues to build. The last question we want to close on, I mean, again, underscoring this idea of really trying to anchor ourselves in Flag Day and the narrative around Flag Day, would love to just close by asking you to share an experience you have, a moment, or multiple, where the flag played an unusually meaningful role. I think we all have had many of those in uniform, in and around uniform, but what was a moment, a time, a day, when that memory, the flag is strongly associated for you? Again, where were you? Who were you with? What was the moment like? Eric, we'll start with you and go down.
Yeah, so for me, it's a personal story of one of my best friends from my squadron lost his battle to cancer far too young. He died in 2018. He's interned at Arlington Cemetery, and I attended the service with his family in the summer of 2019. And I'm sure there's other people in the room who've been at those services, but the moment when the person hands the flag to the family and says, "On behalf of a grateful nation," it's such a sacred moment, and it's such a sacred and good use of the flag, and so meaningful. You know, that's definitely one.
I appreciate that, Ms. Adams.
I'll share 2 instances, and I'll try to keep it together. I think the first one was, so when I was injured, I was attached to a unit that ended up going over to Iraq, and I was in a section of, there were 10 of us, and the 9 that went over all died in a roadside bomb. And I remember, it was one of those things I pushed out till I saw a movie and it just triggered it. But I remember the roll call when they called all the names. And we played taps. And that was the moment for me where it really hit home what we sacrifice. And the second time was when we had to bury my father, who was a Bronze Star Vietnam veteran, in January of 2021, and at the National Cemetery. And so, I think it's brought meaning to the oath that we took. And I'll say this, there are so many veterans out there like me who, I'm a medically retired E3. By all accounts, I shouldn't be where I'm at. I think that's what we think. But I served where I was told to serve. I went where I was supposed to go. So those folks who don't believe they're a real veteran or don't feel they have something to contribute because of their veteran status, you're wrong. We all have something to contribute, and we all signed up to serve, and and that flag represents it. So,
thank you for that. And Admiral, over to you.
I think I have to recall Mrs. Westerman's 8th grade class at Annapolis Junior High School. And I know we all recited the Pledge of Allegiance. I remember I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mrs. Westerman made me certain that I could do that anytime she asked. And I feel deeply about the American flag, but I hope this is not going to end up sounding like a contrary view. The flag is a symbol for us. It's a symbol, and we have some others. The bald eagle is a symbol. The Statue of Liberty is a symbol. They're not as important as the flag for me. But what the flag represents is the republic for which it stands. And I care about what we veterans are doing to preserve that republic, which is built on freedom of speech and the rule of law and opportunity and on liberty and justice for all.
I appreciate that, and thank you all so much for this. And just to underscore, I think one of the reasons that we, the vets, looked at Flag Day as such an important opportunity to have this convening this conversation is that the veteran and military family community is uniquely positioned to help make the connection of the flag that is national symbol and also, as we just heard, deeply personal, right? Because the country is not just a set of ideals or principles or documents, it's people, imperfect people, and that we are so much more powerful when we come together and access our shared American identity, and that when we release each other of imposing all these constraints that we put on each other too often. So thank you for that. Appreciate the conversation.
Oh, yeah. Very cool. This off real quick. Where's Patrick? 100% broke. Oh, now it's up to 4 minutes. George Washington history. What year was George Washington born? Anyone? Google it. Come on. 1739?
32.
32. Really? It was 32?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
Peter was testing me.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, 32. Well, you. Okay.
Ooh.
Ah!
Yeah.
Other way around.
So I don't think people. Oh, there's an echo on me.
No, we're good. We're good. You're mic'd up. You're good.
I don't mean in the room when I spoke.
That's great. Okay, we ready? We good? That was pretty fast. Good job. Actually, it was 3 minutes, Jermaine.
Yeah.
Good job. Well, so since we are at Mount Vernon, we are going to take advantage of that and interview Dr. Patrick Spiro about a little bit about Washington's history. But before I let you introduce yourself more, we have a podcast called Vetted Conversations, and there are two purposes of this podcast. One is that veterans and military family members are given credit for knowing all about how everything in the government works, because people assume if you served in the military or you're connected to the military, you must know like how every government agency and system works. And of course, we know that that's not true. But we probably should. We probably should be the people that know. And so we like to interview different members of the government institutions that we should know about and ask them just ground truth questions about their agencies and about what kind of just curiosities that our community might have about those institutions. But we also like to have a historical context to each episode and to make sure that, again, we are remembering real American history and that we are a community of people who know as much as we can about that history. So in each episode, we include sort of a little civics minutes, couple minutes. And so Dr. Spiro is going to be that historical context for us for this episode. So Dr. Spiro, can you just give us an introduction for the podcast, for yourself?
Sure. How to introduce myself. I'm the executive director at the George Washington Presidential Library. I'm a historian by training. I've written a number of books, most of which study the era of the American Revolution. And Washington, Franklin, and Jefferson have been the three chief individuals who I've studied during my career.
That's amazing. So, okay, I'm just going to jump right into it. How would you say that George Washington envisioned the role of the presidency?
Well, he said that he walked on untrodden ground. And in many respects, I don't know that he had a clear idea of how the presidency would operate. And a lot of it was, like all of us learn, through experience. And I think that was a defining element of Washington's own education throughout his life, about how he was able to learn through experience and then apply it and improve himself during that. So there's a lot of episodes during his presidency that I think are instructive that show this, of Washington kind of learning on the job and adapting. One of them was, what's the role of the Senate supposed to be for the president? There's this Constitution that outlines it, but what does it mean in practice? And there's this great letter from Fisher Ames, who is from Massachusetts, and he was in the House of Representatives, and he writes this letter back home, and he's like, Washington is not treating like the Senate like we thought a president would. We thought that the president would consult with the Senate on all of his decisions, kind of like it's a council, an advisory body, but the president's acting like an executive. So I think Washington, learned on the job. He made decisions, and those are decisions we still live with in so many good ways that are shaping the way that our government operates today.
Is your sense, of course, you're not a current political scientist, but is your sense that the presidency is radically different today than it was as Washington created it?
Now you're asking me loaded questions.
I know.
Is it radically different? Our government is radically different from what it was in Washington's day, primarily in terms of size and scope. The size of the federal government, the size of the nation. I don't know how many of you have been able to visit Independence Hall, but they have the Senate on the second floor, the first Congress. They have the House on the first floor and the Senate on the second floor. The Senate had, 26 people in it sitting around? The size of that room is no larger than a lot of people's offices today. They had these desks like you'd have as a school kid. So it was a much smaller, more intimate country, a much more smaller and more intimate government. I think there are things that the government has to do today that in Washington's day might have seemed far outside the bounds of what they envisioned the government doing, but out of necessity it has to do today. What I will say is that a lot of the debates that Washington encountered with the federal government creating it are debates that we still have today. What is the proper role of the federal government in our life? What is the proper role of the presidency? How do we protect individual liberty without encroaching on it? At the same time, how do we provide for our citizens as they need it? So a lot of the debates Washington faced are the same ones that we have today. The debates would resonate, I think, with him today. The government he may not recognize at all.
As a veteran who then served in office, what would you argue were Washington's sort of 3 core principles that may have been connected to his time in the military that he brought with him into the office of the presidency?
That's a great question. So the first off is to put self-interest aside, and he lived that. There's almost no incident in which you see Washington kind of serving himself. He's very cautious of that. Related to that is to avoid partisanship and what we might think of as unbending ideological beliefs. Washington had to make a lot of very hard decisions, decisions having to do with the role of the federal government in American society. And he based his decisions not on ideology, but on what the nation needed. And he put that forward. And one of the things that frustrated him was the partisanship that was evolving around him and his decisions. He didn't understand how people couldn't maybe disagree with a decision that he made, but then move on from it, that they continued to harp on it. And I think that frustrated Washington. The other element of Washington, I think, was his management and leadership style, which was both open and decisive. Talking about the elements of the government that's still with us today, the cabinet is something that Washington essentially created. It wasn't outlined in the Constitution, but that's now an institution in our government. And how did the cabinet function? The same way that he managed the general, as a general, having generals advise him. But ultimately, he knew he was the person making the decision. The people at the cabinet realized he was the person making the decision. And he might have taken all the insight and disagreements, processed them in his brain, and then made his decision. And so I think having an open, shared management style is another aspect of Washington.
So he was, a citizen after he was the president, but he was also a citizen after he had been as a veteran. Mm-hmm. Do you think he had any notable, stories or sort of writings about the role of being a citizen as a veteran?
Yeah. So I like to point out that Washington actually, he saw war twice. He saw it as a young man during the French and Indian War, the 7 Years' War, and then returned home. And then he saw it when he created the country, which was fought for a much different reason than the French and Indian War. I mean, it was about building a nation, it was about principles, it was about what we believed in. And Washington gave a farewell address that I think most people here are probably familiar with when he left office as president. It's the farewell address. I'd encourage everybody to look up Washington's first farewell address, which he delivered on November the 2nd, 1783, to the troops. And in that message, he talks about what it means to return home now as a citizen in a republic. How should veterans, return home? What are their responsibilities to their community? And it is an inspiring message, even for people like me who never served. It is a description about how to be a model citizen. And in it, he talks about how you need to serve your community. You need to be an advocate for the principles upon which this country was formed. He even recognized that there are people that maybe oppose the country still, and that you need to help them see the higher ideals that we aspire to. It is an incredibly inspiring address. It's not well known. You can look it up online. It's November the 2nd, 1783, the farewell to the troops.
Thank you. Okay, last question is, are there any other telling vignettes that people who are on the hallowed ground of Mount Vernon really should know about this man that we idealize so much? And I'm not asking for a negative story. I'm more saying, we have this image of what George Washington was. Are there any important vignettes that, being here, we should know about him?
Oh, well, this is the first thought that comes to my mind, unfortunately, is not one about Mount Vernon itself. But it's one of the favorite letters that I have that I often pull out and use. It was a letter he wrote in 1775, soon after he arrived in Cambridge as the commander-in-chief. And he arrives outside of Boston. The British occupy the city. And he gets flooded. All these New England militiamen come to him saying, I want to be made an officer in the Continental Army. I need to be made an officer in the Continental Army. They're all looking for these appointments. And Washington arrives. I mean, he's fresh, but he has to think, what does it mean to be commander-in-chief of this whole country? And he realized that in the Army, he's also building the nation itself, that the Army has to represent the nation in its diversity, and he refuses to appoint just New Englanders. And he says in this great letter, he says, I need to make sure that there are appointments at the officer level that are equally distributed between all the states so that there aren't jealousies. And this is something that he returns to again in that farewell address in 1783, where he says, I remember when we started this war, there were all these petty jealousies that were dividing us. And it's true, in 1774, people thought of themselves first as a Pennsylvanian or a Virginian. They didn't think of themselves as an American. And he realized that in this army, in this struggle that people were going to have, they were going to create this nation itself, this identity. And he realized that as the general, his leadership, his appointments would help create that very nation.
Amazing. Well, that was really fast, I know, but Dr. Patrick Spiro, thank you so much for joining us for Vetted Conversations.
Well, thank you for coming to Mount Vernon.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I mean, you've been putting me on the spot this whole time.
Put me on the spot, yeah.
So, being at Mount Vernon, what's the thing that has most surprised you that you've seen?
It's
that
hot.
Yeah.
No, that's not. I mean, I think what is amazing is that there is a culture in our country of children. It's a norm that you come to places like this and as a young person are faced with walking through and learning about these people, these, the first Americans, United States of Americans, not Americans, but, and that's part of our culture that students, at really young ages are walking these grounds. I don't know if they have the same experience that someone my age would, but I think it is important that that is a norm for us. And so to walk around and see so many kids, again, I don't know if they're taking everything, but they're definitely taking something. And I'm glad that we as a country do that to remind people.
Yeah. One of the things I like to say is that you need to visit Mount Vernon at least twice, maybe more, but once as a kid, but then as an adult, because you'll see it through a whole new lens.
That's very true. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Just going to adjust it real quick. I have to adjust one.
It's because you guys walked in front of each other.
Do we have a thumbs up from the booth? Are we on and safe? All right. All right, so we are live from Mount Vernon, recording another podcast episode, and we're calling an audible, and we've got my friend Ken Edmonds from the NFL here. We were lucky to get him stuck in. Ken is Vice President of Government Relations and Public Policy, and Ken is one of our counterparts in the Vet the Vote Coalition. So we're going to talk to Ken a little bit about Vet the Vote, Salute to Service, and some other stuff that they're doing over at the NFL that's really exciting. But first, I just wanted to mention, we've talked a little bit about Vet the Vote over the course of the last few hours, but I don't know that anybody's given it a proper definition. So Vet the Vote is a campaign and a coalition, about 37 organizations, mostly veteran, military, family service, and engagement organizations, but also corporations like the NFL and other civic-minded organizations. And the purpose is to recruit veterans and military family members to serve as poll workers. And in 2022, we recruited about 63,500, which was about half of the number needed to make up the shortfall. And so we're at it again this year, and we're about to roll into prime recruitment season, and we're really excited to be working with Ken and his team and all the clubs around the country to get that done. So before we talk about the coalition, Ken, can we talk a little bit about the NFL and sports in general and the power of sports, especially here in the U.S., to bring people together?
Yeah, thank you for that, Ben, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. We at the NFL know the power of sports and the NFL in particular, and we take our role very seriously. We know that there are few places and spaces that bring people together as they did decades ago, but that is true of sports. It's probably still one of the few bastions in which people experience the same thing at the same time. And we know that, and so we take that role very seriously. As the commissioner likes to say, the NFL has the power really to do two things. It has the power to convene, and it has the power to highlight. And so we will continue to do that in the years to come. But again, we take that role very seriously, and that's why we launched NFL Votes back in 2020 with our players. We were looking, just to go back to 2020, many people described that time as the summer of discontent. It was after George Floyd's death. There were demonstrations happening throughout the country. And as the commissioner does often, he engages with our players many times in very private and personal conversations. And they were talking about what the NFL could do at that moment, what the NFL could do to bring people together, to serve as a bridge. And that really launched NFL Votes. We wanted to start an initiative which was nonpartisan, but very American. And so NFL Votes is a league-wide initiative whose goal is to encourage civic engagement and civic participation through voting.
And we know that you also take it very seriously internally, that you have your players and your coaches participate in voter education events. Can you talk a little more about that?
Sure. So really there are three phases to NFL Votes. There's the education phase, the registration phase, and the activation phase. And as part of the education phase, we give every player, every club and league personnel what we call Voting 101. We want them to know the basics. We want them to know what it takes to become registered. We want them to know the issues and to learn about the issues and be informed and effective voters. And so in a presidential year, just as in 2020, we make that education mandatory for every player, every club and league personnel, including for senior leadership. And so everyone in the NFL family, whether it's a player, club personnel, league personnel, if you work in New York or if you work in our office in LA, we want everyone throughout the NFL to have that same education. And we also provide that education to our fans. And so the same education that our players and the employees get internally is available on our website for fans so that they can learn the basics of voting as well.
And I know that the NFL, of course, is a huge supporter through their Salute to Service campaign of veterans and military families generally. I want to come back to that in a second, but just with that in mind, when we connected in 2022, how did Vet the Vote resonate for you and your team?
Yeah, it really was a perfect complement to what we were doing, particularly on the activation phase. As I mentioned, these three components of our initiative, and the third and final component is activation, right? Once you receive your education, once you register to vote, we want that education and that registration to turn into people casting a ballot, right? To engaging in our democracy. We say that our democracy is not a spectator sport. We want people to get off the sidelines, get engaged, and vote and make their voices heard. So that activation phase is critical because it's the culminating event and exercise. And Vet the Vote is so important because it has to do with making sure that our elections run efficiently and effectively by recruiting these poll workers. And as you well know, Vet the Vote's first advertising spot, which was filmed at the NFL headquarters in New York, included General Casey and the former head coach of the Commanders. But there was a line that says, "Our democracy runs on elections, and our elections run on poll workers." And so poll workers are so critical to our voting process to make sure that people can cast a ballot, that our elections run efficiently and effectively. And so serving that need, making sure that we're recruiting people that can serve as nonpartisan poll workers is such a critical component to making sure our elections run smoothly.
I mean, it's clear how passionate you are personally about all this, and we talk all the time about those PSAs and those videos, many of which we're kind of working on for the upcoming season, and you're involved in personally, which is awesome. You forgot to mention Larry Fitzgerald, Ellen Gustafson, and of course Neil Nathan in the former PSA. But let's talk a little bit about Salute to Service. So broad strokes, what's it all about?
Yeah, so Salute to Service is about honoring, empowering, and connecting to military members, to active service members, veterans, and their families. And that's so important to the NFL. We want to honor those people that have served and sacrificed. So during the season, you will see that come to life, usually around Veterans Day, but it's also year-round. And so we are supporting kind of our core partners in that space, organizations like the Pat Tillman Foundation, the USO, other key organizations that are really lifting up and supporting veterans, active service members, and their families. And so that is just such a key feature of the NFL. We've been doing it for decades. As a result of our efforts, we've raised more than $70 million for those organizations since 2011. Amazing. And we're looking forward to that initiative going forward strong in the years to come.
Well, I want to thank you for your partnership, Ken. It's really great to work with you and your team. Is there anything else that you want to add before we sign off?
I would just say for those that are interested in serving, sign up, become part of Vet the Vote, become a poll worker, and help our elections run smoothly and effectively for anyone that wants to cast a ballot.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you, Ben.
Sounds good. Sound good? Okay. How's that? Awesome. We good? Awesome. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Punzler. I'm a board member with We the Veterans and Military Families, and I'm here today. I couldn't be more excited to be here with my good friend Terrence Hayes. Terrence and I met when I was working at the American Legion and later Wounded Warrior Project, and you had just come off of, I think, your first stint at VA and was over at the VFW.
Absolutely.
And I was told about this amazing guy over there who's adept at building relationships and creating trust between his organization and the press, and just had to meet him. And we had lunch and have stayed in touch ever since. And I swear, when you were appointed to your position, I stood up and cheered in my house, which was a really bright day for me and my family. So we kind of want to get into it. Terrence currently serves as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, formerly the artist known as the spokesman and press secretary to the secretary, and recently got promoted. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it just goes to show you, like, your recompense for doing great work in government is to do more good work, right? So and expand.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. Well, let's get into it. Like, I guess my first question is, what motivated you to serve at this level?
Yeah, that's a great question, Joe. I think that, I was having a chat with a friend a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about service.
Yeah.
And I believe that service just may be in my DNA. And I say that because, I'll give you the classic example. So my mother and father both were in the Army. I was in the Army. My sister was in the Army, and my brother's in the Army right now.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see that I have like a family of service. No, by the way, my wife and her parents also were in the Army. So again, you can see that. I just think it's one of those things where, it was in my blood,
right,
and I was destined to serve. And I'm very humbled that I was able to receive the call from the Biden administration to be able to do the work we're doing right now at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Yeah. I'm excited because, again, serving as a veteran, I want to help other veterans, folks like you, my man, where we're able to return, not necessarily the favor, but to, return that promise to you, yeah, to your family, to all those who have served our country, to ensure that we at VA are delivering on the care and the benefits that you've earned. So, and I'm just one small, cog in that wheel to be able to communicate that to our publics, and hopefully I'm building that relationship with our veterans, with our veteran stakeholders, advocates, and members of the press and members of Congress as well. So, again, I'm very humbled to do this job, and I take it very seriously.
Yeah, but just the amount of transparency you brought to that organization, and I know, creating a press corps within VA like they've had at DOD, yeah, has really gone a long way. And I just want to let you know, from the outside looking in, we see it.
No, I appreciate that.
I want to go further into the idea of the promise, because I remember we were sitting at a restaurant near the National Portrait, yes, Gallery, talking about like why the VA is so critical to our community and why it needs to stay within the purview of the American people. Yeah. Can you talk to me about the importance of that?
Yeah, I mean, as the Secretary says all the time, it's our mission to ensure that we provide top-notch, world-class quality care to every single veteran who comes to us, yeah, who needs that. And we want that care to be delivered at VA because we believe, and not only do we believe, but the data shows that when veterans come to VA to get their care, that they're getting it at a better rate than they would in the community.
Yeah.
That's at Johns Hopkins, that's at, you name anyone, anywhere across the country. Mm-hmm. You're getting that top-notch care within our system. So we want that to happen. Now, there are instances where we have to, refer folks out into the community. Mm-hmm. And we're doing that actually in record numbers, yeah, to be honest with you. So I know there's some debate out there that folks aren't given that ability to go out to the community, but that's just not the case. Mm-hmm. And the numbers show that, and as the Secretary, again, has said on record, bottom line is this, we're putting the veteran at the forefront, and whether, their care in the community or at VA, we want to make sure that they're getting the absolute best. So if it's at VA, great. If it's in the community, great. Bottom line is they are at the forefront of everything we do. But again, we just want to make sure that when those veterans get their care, no matter where it's at, that it's the absolute best care that they can receive.
Yeah. And I've heard from some, like, the business case, like, government's inefficient, the private sector can deliver better quality at a cheaper price. I'm not so sure about that statement and the truth of it, but, like, there's a moral imperative that the VA remains something that's delivered by the government, I think. And
Yeah.
would you agree with that?
Yeah, we were just chatting in the hallway,
Yeah.
and you know, there's many countries around the world who don't have a system like this,
right?
And they wish they did. And again, are there challenges at VA? Of course. There's things that we can and should improve on, and they're at the top of the list. But again, we want to ensure that when veterans leave the Department of Defense, their services, that when they come to us, that they are getting exactly what they have earned and quite frankly deserve.
Yeah.
And we believe that's in the four walls of the VA healthcare system. I chat with veterans all the time who go into the community. I've gone into the community a couple of times for some appointments. And that level of care, while some, you know, the folks are great. The clinicians in the community are great. You know, just like we have great clinicians at VA. But there's just some things that they just don't, or they're just not in tune with veterans' needs when veterans go to them.
Yeah.
And like when you come to VA, you know, you get that one VA approach. You know, we're going to dabble into your whole health history. From the time that you join the military to the time you're coming to us in that life cycle, we're able to take a deep dive and a complete look at you and be able to provide you that care based on that.
Right.
Where in the community you may not receive that just because they don't specialize or even think about that. They're thinking about everyday patients, and not necessarily the needs of a veteran.
So here you're saying if I was blown out of my socks by an IED, combat surgeons kind of put me back together. There's doctors in the civilian practice that won't even look under that hood.
Yeah, 90% probably would not.
Right.
Unless you actually talk to them about that. And even if you did talk to them about that, they may not have the expertise to navigate those challenges.
Yeah.
At VA, we have the right people in place to actually navigate those challenges.
Yeah. One thing I noticed, I went up to the Boston VA, and it was sitting in the oncology department watching vets get, you know, their chemo. And as opposed to a civilian place where they're all sitting in separate rooms or whatever, they were in a circle.
Yeah.
They're all supporting each other. I mean, it was like very evident. It's not like 1/3 of the workforce, I think, is vets.
Right.
And it's a community of veterans taking care of veterans.
Absolutely. That's what
even
you'll
the
find
patients.
at VA. That's what you'll find at VA.
Yeah.
You'll see that a lot of VA clinicians, frontline workers, you know, benefits processors are veterans themselves.
Yeah.
They take that service very seriously. They want to continue their service, and that's why they come to VA. Just look at it this way. I believe that our clinicians at VA are the best. One, they're at VA because they want to be at VA.
Right.
And I say that because they can go to any other healthcare system and probably get paid a boatload more. But they're at VA because they want to treat our veterans and basically return that service back to those women and men who have served us so great. So again, I think that folks, you know, who may have had a bad experience at VA, I encourage them, I actually beg them to, you know, give us another shot.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, come back. Things have shifted. Things have changed. And we are no longer tailoring or having you tailor your life around our system. We're tailoring how we deliver the VA experience to how you operate your day-to-day lives.
Yeah. When you think about the services that VA provides, besides just medical, you know, health and wellness services to vets, beyond that, I'm thinking like research, training. Like, can you talk to like how does the VA kind of expand out past the veteran sphere and influence medical care in the country?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the forefront of every kind of major, you know, level of research.
Yeah.
We're looking at various different means of research as we speak right now when it comes to treating post-traumatic stress disorder, treating traumatic brain injury. So we're, you know, digging in deep to some of these new ways of, you know, thinking and new ways of treating patients. And that's the great thing about VA. We're able to dabble in those worlds. And the great part is that when we're able to have those successes, many of those outside healthcare systems take what we've done and implement it in their healthcare systems too. And we're proud about that.
Yeah.
So again, we have some of the absolute best in the business at VA on the clinical side and on the research side. And you know, I challenge others who out there who may think otherwise. I actually challenge you to come to VA and actually see it, you know, for yourself.
Yeah, for sure. It is. Yeah, it was moving to me, kind of with the VA facilities that I've visited and talking to their staff. Last question. I want to ask you, like, what do you wish your fellow Americans knew about VA?
I think that I wish that they knew that this was not the VA of old. This is not the VA of the Vietnam era. This isn't the VA of the Gulf War era. This isn't even the VA of the early parts of the post 9/11 era. 4 years ago, it's not even the same.
Yeah.
Again, we have put the veteran at the forefront of everything we do. Bar none, trust me. Anytime we're chatting with the secretary on anything that has to do with health care, benefits delivery, memorial affairs, PACT Act delivery, we're ensuring that the veteran's voice is at that table. Awesome. And they have the largest voice at that table. So again, PACT Act is an example of itself where we've seen that in the past there were veterans who were denied benefits, sometimes for decades.
Yeah.
But because the way we do business now, we're able to get to yes easier and quicker. So those individuals who were denied before are now able to get to yes and get the benefits that they deserve and have earned for quite some time.
Awesome.
So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to yes in every possible way as quickly as possible. And that's how we handle business now at the VA now.
I couldn't think of a more positive point to end on. It's been an honor to share the stage with you today. I've loved seeing you thrive over there. You're doing great work, and I could talk to you all night about this, but I'm getting the hook from the folks. I want to keep the show on the road. So Thank you so much for your generosity and time, and I know you're a busy guy, but this has been a great conversation, man. I really
appreciate it as always, and thank you for having me today.
I'm not the greatest. No, I just got one. We'll see if this works. Where do you want me?
Oh, anywhere you like, please.
Okay. Hey, good to see you again, Jeremy. How you doing, man? I'm doing really well. It's great to see you, too. Yeah. Glad I could join. I don't know. He said just pick a seat.
No, not at all. Actually, can I use the table? I was all prepared for the lavalier mics. I have the handhelds. Green.
I think I'm on. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, we're all on.
I think so.
And we're going to get started because I know it's been a long day and everybody's probably dying to get to the NFL-sponsored reception. Woo. So we'll try and be quick. I did have the privilege of opening the day talking about trusted messengers, and we're gonna end it talking about the flip side, trusted actors. So the Vet the Vote campaign that we've talked quite a bit about, that's sort of an example of it. And of course, Steve, you can talk about it from the perspective of the PACT Act, which is going to be really critical for our community for a very long time to come. But of course, we got to start off with the why did you join the service, and why do you serve now? So, Steve.
Sure. Well, I joined the service, was listening to Terrence, and my dad was a Vietnam vet. His brother also served during that time period. My brother served in the Army. I went to West Point and thought I was going to probably not serve and really fell in love with service. And so it's been something that it's about serving with the people, the men and women who are on your side, but also the others for whom you serve, and that has been something that has stuck with me. I'll just give you one quick example to drive home. When we made the decision to go into Iraq, I was disheartened, I guess, because it was so much to the point that I considered resigning my commission because I just felt it was going to be a bad idea. But then when I looked around at the men and women who had enlisted and didn't have that opportunity, I thought, who was I to, step away when they really didn't have a choice? Of course, they could be a conscientious objector, but I thought, I need to make the best of the situation and do what I could. I ended up serving 40 months in Iraq, and so today I still continue to serve. I did not choose when I retired. I intentionally let my security clearance lapse. Said I'm never going back to work for the government again. My mom said never say never. When the secretary asked me to return, it was all about you and the audience and the other veterans and family members who are impacted by this historic legislation, and so that's why I am deployed to D.C. from SoCal. My wife is not very happy with me back in SoCal, but we're working through the deployment like we always have, and here I am.
Nice, thanks. Jeremy?
So my father served a couple of years in the peacetime Army, nothing major, but his brother had an uncle that served 2 tours as a Marine infantry in Vietnam. It was obviously very influential on him. We had a good family friend who also served in Vietnam in the Navy. All these resonated with me as a kid, but really had no impact on me joining. What did have an impact and what really got me interested in joining the Navy, sadly to say, was the movie Crimson Tide. And if you're not familiar with it, Gene Hackman, Denzel Washington. Classic and the most wildly inaccurate portrayal of the Navy in every way. But it inspired me. Exactly. I did at the time. I was like, this is awesome.
That's what flying in Top Gun was too.
Exactly. And I didn't even go into the submarine service. I became a surface warfare officer, but absolutely loved it. Didn't know what I was getting into, but I knew I wanted to travel and I wanted something different. I joined in '99, was on my first deployment on 9/11, and it was sort of like, okay, things just got real. But I'm still in the reserves today. Like, that's how much I loved it. I stayed in. Came off active duty only because I got married, and I'd already put my then girlfriend, now wife, through enough. And so I said I'll dial it back a little bit, but I do it because I love it. I really enjoy it, and that carries over, I think, to the other things that we've been talking about today, and we will talk about. Serving as a poll worker. It started out because of the pandemic, and it was like, okay, this is needed. I'll do it. Probably do it once. Pandemic will be over, and go back to normal. Let the elderly, continue to do it as they've done for so long. Sorry, I'm getting heckled from the front row here. So, but I loved it as well. It was one of those things where you did it. At the time I lived in Manhattan. The diverse people that volunteered to do it, the shared sense of duty was the same thing, because at the same time, it was people coming out being like, I have never done this before. I have no idea what I'm getting into, but I understand that in order to have the elections happen, we need people to volunteer to do this. And now I've been doing it ever since, and it's great.
And you wear another hat, which is you are the chairman of the Vet the Vote Coalition, which is fantastic. So, so let's dive right into that. Why is it important that veterans and military family members and other trusted actors serve in those positions?
Yeah, I think I think it's a twofold answer. It's one, just the basic, it's needed for elections to function. But the other is that as we get increasingly divided, and you see this as a poll worker, I think, people genuinely don't trust the system, and you'll have them talk to you about it as a poll worker. At least I've had that happen to me. I started serving in Manhattan. I now live out on Long Island, two very wildly different voting demographics. But in both circumstances, I had people come in, and for those of you that have served as the poll workers, you can do a variety of things. I always have, for some reason, been like the check-in person, so you're kind of like the first person that they're dealing with. And it's how you verify that they're ready to vote or that they're registered to vote. And in New York, you do that by their signature. They don't have to show ID, anything like that. You come in, you say, hey, my name's Jeremy Butler, I'm here to vote. They look you up based on your address, and then you sign, and you as the poll worker compare that signature that they just made with the signature that they did when they registered to vote. And that's how you confirm that it's who they are. But you would have people come up angry, ready to go, being like, you're not checking my ID, how do you know it's me? And some people, they get a little concerned, and you can understandably get a little thrown off when you get some big guy getting mad at you, obviously thinking you're allowing fraud. And so to be able to be a trusted agent who can sort of stand there, if necessary, talk about your service and stuff like that and say, hey, I'm doing this because I want to make sure it's fair. Here's how we do it. And I think you need that to give trust in the system.
Right, and there's a nuance, right? So the trusted messenger is actually out there and talking about it. But sometimes with trusted actors like this, we don't need the poll workers talking about their service necessarily. It's good if they want to, but it's enough to just tell everybody that they're there, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Steve, how does that translate to the PACT Act? And both sort of gaining momentum for it, getting the support, getting it passed, getting it out there, and getting folks using it who need it.
Yeah, so I've mainly been on the implementation side. My job, I'm a senior advisor to the secretary, but I also run I guess I'll call it an entrepreneurial startup inside the second largest department of government. And so what we do is we help integrate the pieces of the VA so that they can deliver this one VA experience that Terrence was mentioning. This, so that it's not, the onus is not on the veteran after they do a toxic exposure screening, and 44% are manifesting at least one exposure. It's not on them to then go to the benefits side of the organization and say, hey, am I eligible for any other benefits? We transmit that data to the Veteran Benefits Administration. They proactively reach out to the veteran and attempt to provide a full suite of services, right? And so, but more importantly about the trusted actor piece, we're trying to improve every day, but we don't always get it right. Terrence mentioned veteran-centric. That's our first principle. But there are two other really important principles with implementation. They are collaboration, both internally but also externally with our stakeholders, whether they're on the Hill, in the White House, in the VSO community, in the media sometimes. And we're transparent about how we do business. And so in March of last year, we started producing this thing called the PACT Act dashboard, showing our metrics, whether good or bad, consistently every 2 weeks. And then we would answer the mail in our monthly press conferences about questions, about trends. And then when we get things wrong, we say, look, we don't like the outcome. Veterans are telling us they don't like the outcome. Please help us understand what would be better, and we will try to fix it. And so I think it's just being authentic and engaging, and it's not a one and done, right? It is every day. We've got 126 events across the country between now and the end of July just to get the word out about PACT Act. And and when those events happen, they are what we call a one VA experience. We have the benefits teams there to process claims. We have healthcare providers to do screenings. We have suicide awareness. We have our VSO colleagues at the state and local level integrated in with us. So we'll even have the National Cemetery there if they are located nearby that location to offer, end-of-life services and other types of benefits that veterans and survivors might not even be aware of. So we're just working hard every day and owning up to it when we make mistakes and trying to let veterans know that, we have a culturally competent healthcare system with respect to veteran healthcare. And it also applies to the benefits applied to survivors sometimes. if their loved one passed away due to toxic exposure that is now considered presumptive by the PACT Act, survivors may be eligible for benefits. And so we're trying to reach out to them as well and let them know, please contact us.
I mean, the trust with the VA, it's just absolutely essential, right? We were fortunate enough to get a briefing from some folks at the George Washington Institute this morning, and something they said that was really illuminating for me was that veterans, right after the Revolutionary War, were not getting their benefits or their pay, and Washington had to go to Congress and sort of make the case for why taking care of veterans was sort of necessary for trust in government. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think it seems to be carrying on today, right, in a notable way. If you look at what legislation is able to find bipartisan consensus on the Hill, a lot of times they were veteran issues. And so there is a belief that because veterans have served this country, we owe them that debt, and it comes from the highest levels, and it comes from both parties and many other quarters of society. And so I think it's an indicator of trust in government. It's the key metric that we really track is trust at VA. That is what drives all the other metrics, right? And so I think if we were to lose that trust, then we would have a lot of other problems with overall trust in government as well.
Right. I imagine people, who put veterans and military family members on a pedestal will say, if they can't even take care of the veterans, how can I trust them to take care of me when I need it?
Yeah.
So Jeremy, kind of pivoting back to the trusted actors, what is the risk if the veteran military family community sort of loses that trust of our countrymen and women?
Yeah, I think the biggest is the hit it takes on volunteering. We're an all-volunteer force, and the bad news always gets the press first, and people see that. Parents see that, kids see that, and you're always going to have the folks that are gung-ho and want to join the military. But the more and more that the bad news gets out, and sometimes it's accurate and sometimes it's correct, but if we're not taking care of those that volunteered to serve, we're going to steadily erode the base of people that want to serve. And that available base is already very small. I forget the exact statistics, but it's something like 30% of the youth are currently able to make the requirements to join the military as it is. If you're talking physical requirements or education, whatever it might be. So that's already narrowing down the pool. And if now all they're getting hit with is, hey, look at all the ways in which the government doesn't take care of its military once they go off to deploy, that's really going to drive those numbers down more and more.
I hear the Marine Corps is doing okay with recruitment, though. Accurate? Yeah.
They make the best commercials, so.
So I don't want to take up too much more of everyone's time, but I do want to make sure that, Jeremy, if you have anything to add, you get the opportunity.
Man, you put me on the spot. I was hoping Steve would go first, please.
Because I want to make sure, Steve, because every chance we get the information out there, what do folks need to do to take advantage of the PACT Act, and what are the deadlines that are upcoming that they need to be conscious of?
Great. Yeah. So number one, if you are a veteran or a family member of a veteran, and we use all means of communication because I know veterans sometimes can be tough to convince to do things for themselves. I am one of them, so we try to use multiple means of communication to get the word to families. Please come in and get screened for toxic exposure. You have no idea what you may have been exposed to, whether it is training in home station or deployed in combat. And I'll just give you a really quick example. I had lost my sense of smell from all the time I spent around burn pits and other things that were probably toxic in Iraq. And I had gone to my VA provider out in Long Beach, and he was telling me, I want to give you, he was worried about my cholesterol, and he said, I'm going to give you some meds. And I said, no, I don't want to treat it with medication. Let me try diet and exercise. And he said, okay, if you're serious about that, I want you to do a cleanse. And then I said, oh boy, what's a cleanse? And when I looked at it, I realized, okay, this is going to be hard. I need my wife to help me with this. And we did it together for a week. And at the end of that week, my sense of smell started coming back. And I went to my provider, and the first thing he said, nope, was nobody ever follows my advice. That's amazing that you actually did a cleanse. And then he said, yeah, you have no idea what is in all of your tissues that has been there for years. And you can get that out. But importantly, the providers are also looking for the early markers of onset cancer that could come not just from burn pits, but from other exposures. And we are constantly doing the research that they talked about in a previous panel, looking at other exposures, whether it's radiation or PFAS or all these other things that we could potentially ingest or come into contact to. So I would just urge you, if you know veterans, have them come in, have them see a VA provider, at least for the toxic exposure screening, and then consider filing a claim if you think you might be eligible for benefits.
What's the website to file a claim?
va.gov/PACT for a PACT claim, but you can file a claim right from there. You can walk into a regional office. You can call 1-800-MyVA411. That's our Tier 1 call system that they can vector you to where you need to go inside the organization. That would be the most expedient way to get that information out.
Thanks, Steve. And Jeremy, where do we send our prospective poll workers?
To vet the vote.
That's right, vet.vote.
I was
Everybody
gonna
please
say.
sign up.
Yep,
All right.
exactly.
Well, thank you
Get
both.
involved.
It has been a phenomenal day. Thank you all for joining us in person and on the live stream. And thank you so much to our hosts, Mount Vernon and the George Washington Leadership Institute, and to our sponsors. And let's go enjoy the reception. Ellen, do you want to say something before? All right.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you having me. Good to see you as always.